crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh.
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast.
Welcome our champion.
Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. Maël is with me again, second day here in the Val d'Aoste for another day of live broadcast. Welcome, Ash.
G'day, Martin. How are you, mate? This is super exciting to see the Monte Rosa Walserwaeg UTMB 50K about to kick off, mate. It is going to be rolling here.
The Walserwaeg trail. So they were actually a bit concerned about the weather conditions, but luckily they've been able to just do one slight change to ensure that all the runners were going through this course safely. And so there's just a small change, but even though it's a course change, it is still the same distance, 43 kilometers, still the same amount of elevation gain and loss, because this is a loop from N to Gressoney-Saint-Jean, so will be finishing where they're starting right now, and so still 3,200 meters of elevation gain. So that's the good news. Everybody's going to be safe, and no shortened course, because now is the competition today, Maj. We talked about this. There's 2 live broadcasts during the UTMB World Series. There's this in the Val d'Aoste at the Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB, and there's Eiger. But guys, this is where it's happening. This is where you have the true course, because all the other distances at Eiger has been shortened. So, do you want a half experience? Nah, you got to stay with us.
You are the salesman of the team here, Martin. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And so here we're on the start with legends on both starts of the line. We get a stacked field of athletes. We're going to see them very shortly. And then we have Depa, who's starting to get people fired up, but also Silvano Gaba, one of also the legend in Italy and France, from the start line, finish line, and also in ski mountaineering. I mean, everybody's there. We saw a bunch of athletes ready to go. Not as intense as we saw them at the beginning of the Sentier Val d'Autun 100-mile race yesterday, but you see they're starting to get in the zone. And look at this. This is a monster climb right off the gate, and that's gonna settle things pretty quickly. And it's the first goal over, and then they're gonna be keeping the climb with those last sections in purple. So even though there is a course change, they're going to have plenty of technical terrain, plenty of high elevation racing. And look at this. They drop back down almost straight after that, then up the valley, and then all the way back down on the course that, if you were with us yesterday, is the similar part of the 100K. That took place. And actually, we will also be following the rest of the 100-mile race today. and so they will also go on that part. But look, they're climbing back again. So there's 2 massive climbs, and that is only 22 k's in. So it is a brutal course, and we're super excited to see like all these runners really throw it down. The few changes that we need to mention is that Antoine Thiriat from France, representing Team Scott, is out. He had a biking accident, got knocked out by the car. He's safe, but not in a condition to be racing today. And also the local runner that we were hoping to see really duke it out with all the top runners, Nadir Maguet, will also not be taking the start. However, we still have plenty of strong runners. Gianluca Giano, Brooks Trail Runner, Peter Engdahl, Adidas Terex, Damiano Lenzi, Mattia Tanara, Alex Todamas as well, Marcin Trejoko from Poland, that we've been seeing a lot. William Buffelli, if he has recovered well from his attempt at a 90k, he did drop out though. But I mean, he's the man who can run from the church in Chamonix up to the summit of Mont Blanc and back down in 4:44. So I think on this kind of terrain, he could be absolutely lethal. So yeah, we're gonna be like witnessing a super cool battle in the men's and in the women's. Martina Młynarczyk will be seeking revenge. She was at Western States but didn't quite see the finish line. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now I'm starting to doubt because I know she was doing really well. But yeah, I think she dropped. Maj, do you remember that?
She did, yeah. Yeah, she did drop, actually.
Yeah, she did drop. You know, I don't know why all of a sudden I started doubting. And then Juliane Rösler, Marina Cugneto, so Natalia Mastrotta, who would be there also with Team Vibram. We see her at a lot of the UTMB races representing Team Vibram. So super cool team. And there we go, Juliane Rösler, and the one that we've been really seeing break out through the international scene, Martina Młynarczyk from Poland, who took out second place last year, right behind Tony McCann at the CCC, the UTMB World Series final in the 100K category.
Yeah, Martin, just under 7 minutes to go here. You can see it's a pretty beautiful morning. Some of the fravage that you mentioned before in the men's race are popping up on the screen right now. Peter Engdahl, of course, from Sweden. Who can ever forget Peter and his achievements over the years in this incredible sport? He is lining up. He'll have a good day, I reckon, Martin.
He's been racing a lot, though. So Gianluca Giano, he's currently the highest UTMB index because the next one is Nadir Maguet. But we have been told that Nadir will not be at the start because he already raced the 50K 2 weekends ago in Val d'Aran, and he ran super strong, took the win, like he was basically on another planet, untouchable, and he knows himself, like he's been in the scene for a long time, and he knows himself, and he knows that he just doesn't want to be overreaching because he's prone to injuries if he does too much, and so he's had such a good season that he wants to make sure he looks after himself, and so these 2 races back to back was just a bit too much. So as much as this is his turf, his area, and that amount of elevation gain over 43K would have suited him well, he chose to play it safe and not risk an injury by taking the start. So I'm sure he'll be watching. I know he's going to be around, so we might see him on the images on the other side of the track. But yeah, we wish him all the best for his future endeavors, and hopefully we'll see him soon on the trails.
Super smart there, Martin, for him to be able to do that and kind of take control of his racing calendar and not get pushed into the pressure of it all, you know. So it's a really good example to be setting for anyone out there who has a little bit of angst about not racing. It's good sometimes to rest and make sure you get the most out of the races that you do. So that's an awesome example there.
Más importante Gianluca Giano, anche il corredor
Martin, this is going to be a fast start, hey? If you look at the elevation profile, if anyone wants to go and check it out, it's at live.utmb.world, and it is going to be a fast, flat start before it kicks into that incredible climb that we have seen on the profile just before, about a 1,200 meter climb. It's going to bunch out of the town, but before that, the field is going to get strung out pretty nicely for the first kind of 4 kilometers, I'd say, before they really get stuck into the mountains that surround this valley.
Yeah, Mash, that's the perfect scenario. You know, you have a few Ks to stretch out the field, to open up the legs, to start like allowing people to position themselves where they need to be, and then things get real. We saw Marcin with the buff headband right behind Nora from Team Terex. She is Peter's partner, and Peter, you know, I mean, we all know how strong he can be, and the fact that he can also run a short distance as well. I'm unsure about how fresh he's going to be, because I'm pretty sure he's been racing like the past 3 or 4 weekends, because he was at Mont-Blanc Marathon, then he did another local race, I think it was close to Saint-Gervais, then he had another one last weekend, about a 30K, and then he's now at the start. So I don't know if he's going to take it as a full-blown race, or if it's just going to be like a another kind of long run and testing the engine and you know what, like getting used to that racing environment before the end of August. So Martina on the far right side of your screen, we saw her with the, there she is, Team HOKA. And for those who still don't know that about her, she used to be a ballet dancer at a pretty solid level too. That was her job, and then she's. I mean, you talk about rigor in training, in trail running. Well, that's definitely nothing compared to ballet dancing, where they spend hours on. And if you're worried about blisters, then well, try to be in ballet shoes, ballerinas. That's going to be a whole different ball game. So it's pretty good to see people transitioning from a totally different sport into trail running. And you'll see, like, her running stride is like textbook. It's beautiful. She get a lot of air, light on her feet, and I think last year during CCC, like, she was just losing ground to Tony at the aid stations because she was just taking so much time. And so this time, here's Mr. Buffelli, late comer on the start line, but it's good to see him there. Again, I think he could be one of the ones to look out for. Here he is, Team Fuga.
Looks like he might have slept in a little bit.
Well, we saw that yesterday on the 100K, and that did favor our third place finisher. He had gotten up, was that 40 minutes before the start, ended up taking third place, Simon Westlund. So all good.
All good. He looks like he's dialed and ready to go.
Had a double espresso and go. Natalia Mastrotta here with the white cap.
Almost go time, Martin. Almost go time, mate. Look at this. We're going to have 3 waves of people starting this 50K category race today in this beautiful valley. Look at those mountains in the background there. It is going to be a stunner of a day. Bit of overcloud, but I reckon that is going to clear up a little bit as we get going very, very soon.
Go, 30 seconds, team. This is it. and then we will be with you all day to follow this race and the 100 mile, the back end of the 100 mile, which will be pretty exciting.
Folks, if you are on the chat, let us know where you're dialing in from. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know why you're here watching the race with us today.
And they are off, ladies and gentlemen, on this 50k distance, the Walserwaeg trail on this Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. And as you were saying, Maj, it's going to be a fast start with 3 to 4 Ks in the valley, kind of flat before things get real. And again, it is good to see some of the runners on the 50k distance take out poles, because that will tell you how steep those climbs are going to be. Oh, I hope there was no current in those wires, because that cam runner will be getting a bit of a shock right from the start. Loving it. So you were saying there's going to be 3 waves for a total of over 1,500 runners who will get to explore these trails. And we have our anticipated runners here at the front. Although, Mash, do you know that white cap leading?
Unsure just yet, Martin. Unsure, but you know, I think this is a smart idea if you can hold on to it. But getting a bit of space in these early sections, because this is pretty tight, is not a bad way to start the race. As long as you can conserve pretty soon. You don't want too much lactic building up in your system if you can't handle it right now. But he is definitely taking it out.
He is indeed. And behind was Peter Engdahl. We had I've lost my notes. Gianluca with Brooks.
Here we go, folks. What a beautiful town to be running through to start off this incredible race. Basically, they loop around town just a little bit before they hit the walls and they start climbing. But it's going to be a nice start to really spread everyone out, give some space before they really hit that single track and make the miles count even more. Peter Engdahl moving his way in front and looking pretty smooth. I don't know about those shades, Martin, but he is not mucking around today. He's coming out with the shades to look serious. Look at him go.
It's funny you bring that up. I was just looking at this and it's like, damn, those shades look mean. And this is not Peter. Like, Peter's the nicest guy, but like you see him with the shades and you're like, oh, that guy wants to punch me in the face.
Yeah, look at him go.
And I mean, that's the thing. You know, he's tuning the engine. He's in the shaping time leading to the UTMB World Series final, and so he's got nothing to lose, and he will see how much he can push today. That was the question mark on the line, and seeing him go now, yep, we have our answer. He's not going to take it as a training run, and you know, he's keeping his eyes on his watch, looking at the pace. He's one of the runners who loves data, and will have that dialed, and he will know what pace he can sustain. And I don't think he's going to be worrying too much about his competition today, and it's going to be just a solid day out in the mountains once again. 43k, 3,200 meters of elevation gain. At this pace, that's going to be a big day. And so I'm looking behind, and it's Marcin from Poland, who's in third place with the white t-shirt, yellow headband from Buff. And Marcin is representing Team Tatra Sky Marathon, which is a beautiful race in the Tatra Mountains in Poland. And look at that. That is a cheeky move from Peter. He's like, hey, you know, we're running like sub 4 minutes per K, but I'm going to have a chat. I'm going to make you talk. just to show you how comfortable I am, and just to gauge if you can respond or not. And if you're not talking, then I got you.
It seems like he's speaking in Swedish, man.
Oh, there we go. So is there another Swedish in the top? Mean? Nope.
Maybe not. All right. It's happening, though.
It is indeed, and so I don't know if we have another team of cam runners to give us a little bit of images of the front women's pack, and we can anticipate again Martina Młynarczyk to be up there.
Oh man! Look at this. Petter is just getting straight to business. There is no doubt about his plans today.
Oh, and like we know he's fit, and so on climbs he's an absolute savage. And I would be prepared to bet that he didn't take poles, and he'd be just wanting to like work himself super hard on those climbs, regardless of how steep they're gonna be. Just for like a super solid training run. And yeah, that is, ladies and gentlemen, the last time the field is seeing Petter Engdahl. They can wave goodbye, and I hope our cam runners have taken as many gels as they could, because it's going to be a tough day for whoever got drawn to follow the men's leader.
And here we go. This is the second wave of the 50K here today. We have 3 waves. Around about 1,500 runners are going to be starting this race. So a huge crew of people, Martin. They help manage the traffic on the trails by putting them into waves. And this will be our second wave of participants getting out there as Petter Engdahl nears the finish of the race. No. He's Petter.
Exactly right.
Petter is just warming up, but I tell you what, he's not waiting a while to warm up. He's just going to get straight to it. Martin, what entry does he have into the World Series final at the end of August?
My understanding is that he was doing CCC, but again, I'm gonna need to check that. But yeah, there she is.
Find that out.
Yeah, there she is, Martina Młynarczyk, leading in her usual stride. Look at her go, man. Beauty. And she means business as well. Yeah, we're gonna have to send DEPA a message so they can build a net across the finish line to catch Petter Engdahl when he's gonna go through.
Yeah, he's on a tear. This is pretty cool to see.
That course record's going down, and it's gonna be tick 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 engraved in stone, because it's not gonna be beaten for a while. Engdahl.
Petter Engdahl registered for the OCC.
Here we go.
So, Petter registered for OCC. This is a good training run for that, Martin. That's for sure.
And yeah, just to give you a bit of a, just a bit of a taste. Let's take a look at the top 10 registered runners for OCC. Roberto De Lorenzi, Nadir Maguet, Christian Minoggio, who just won the 100K yesterday, Luca Del Pero, who was third at World Champs in Austria, Antonio Martinez, who was third twice at OCC, Davide Manini, who just won Mont Blanc Marathon, Peter Engdahl, who's won in course record at CCC, Anje Vitek, who's also an absolute weapon on runnable trails, Ezekiel Ruto, Hannes Sandberger, Adam Peterman, Rui Weda. It's gonna be insane, absolutely insane.
Oh my god, so good, so good.
Yeah, I feel like, every year OCC for the past 3 years has been competitive, but I think it's just going a notch higher.
Yeah, it really has, hey man. It has just stepped up that distance.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, second wave of the Walserwaeg Trail is now on the way.
These runners getting out and having the space they need to really enjoy the most of their day, and that is why they do the waves. Look at that, good bit of space there, but they are out and about ready to take on this course today.
I don't know about you, but that music makes me feel like we're in Scotland.
It does sound a bit bagpipey, there's no doubt about it. I'll tell you what, meanwhile, they...
Our mountain biker is getting worried because he's got only one bar in his battery already on the bike. He's been going turbo mode to make sure he wasn't actually passed by our friend from Adidas Cerex, Peter Engdahl.
Yeah, good old Peter putting on a show right now. He's still in the flatter sections of the town, so he hasn't started the climb just yet. He's got a little bit to go of this kind of flat running before he really starts hitting the first and the biggest climb of the day. But he's just making sure that when he does hit that climb and he starts to move up into the wall of the countryside here, no one's going to see him at all. Not even the drone, most likely.
Yeah, it's going to be unreal. All right, team, we got a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back with you, and hopefully before Peter crosses the line.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that? And we're back, team, with the women's leader right behind that gentleman. There she is, Martina Młynarczyk, representing Team HOKA from Poland. And she is gently cruising in the lead, but just quarter an hour into the race. And as we were explaining, if you're just joining us now, there's about 4Ks on the flat, kind of slightly undulating, a few bumps here and there on the valley floor before they start their first big climb of the day. But before we get into those climbs, we do have a quick recap of what went down during the night in the 100-mile race. That was last night. The race is Les Sentiers des Vals d'Autun, 122 Ks and 8,400 meters of elevation gain. And we lost the runners right there, Gediminas Grinius, and at the time followed by Matteo Anselmi, and both gentlemen were duking it out in borderline suicidal pace, and that actually ended up being true because Matteo Anselmi has since dropped out of the race about 11 hours in, and Simone Corsini, who was running in third, we saw him briefly at the aid station, is now in the lead of the 100-mile. Gediminas Grinius in third, if I'm not mistaken. And I have lost... it's Ivan Rastovec from Slovenia who managed to... there's been changes, Maj, actually. Ivan is in second, but then Daniele Carandri is in third now, Fabiola Conti in fourth, and Gediminas Grinius in fifth. So Gediminas Grinius is also paying the price of that really aggressive start early on that we didn't quite understand what the purpose was at that point. I think I'm gonna have to take that with the... Oh yeah, no, that's it. And then Arnaud Lejeune in sixth. Let's see how far back. Oh, and he could be catching up with Gediminas Grinius as well. So yeah, there's been a lot of damage. And then if we look at the women's, so Fabiola Conti in fourth overall, Lisa Borzani in second, and Marta Vigano in third. And you can see people moving through the night in Bonne-Servinia. So if they look up and it is a clear night, they might see the silhouette of the Matterhorn, Cervino. And that's our men's leader, Simone Corsini. Yeah, he was eating a lot of solid food. We'll see him at another aid station earlier this morning, and he was still like chugging out food. At that time, Gediminas Grinius was still in, I think, second or third. That's his son right there who's crewing him for the first time. His son has been always part of the crew team, but never fully in charge of it. And he is because Gediminas' wife is also racing today.
Look at these scenes at sunrise, Martin. What an incredible place to be running. That is exactly why you would want to come out to this part of the world and be a part of this race. Look at that. Stunning. Sure.
Yeah, actually, like I shared one of the recaps on socials of yesterday's start of the race. Not start of the race, the 100K race. And I had a lot of people saying, like, oh my God, where is this? So yeah, I think people are pretty impressed by the quality of the landscape and the surrounding of that course. And look at that. There are still snow patches close to the course. And we do see a lot of hiking there because, once again, 8,400 meters of elevation gain over 122 Ks. That is a lot. So I'm guessing that is our Slovenian runner, number 7. Yes, Ivan.
Yes.
He's got pretty cool shorts.
And this is Fabiola Conti.
Yep.
leading the women's race and currently looks like 4th overall according to our timings, has just passed through 99.7 kilometers into the race, but she has been leading all night, Martin, and from the very get-go.
Yeah, and here's again our men's leader. That's from earlier this morning, and still having a lot of solid food. I guess because there's not that much running, you can afford to have a bit more bounce, or like a heavier stomach because there's not as much bounce. Is it me, or he's got a bit of a look of David Laney, kind of taller, thinner, stash, backwards cap?
I mean, that mustache, Martin, really is just something else. That it's just dirty. That's all I can say.
This is good.
But he definitely has put in an incredible effort. He was running third behind the two guys, Matteo and Gediminas, duking it out early on. But ever since then, he's just kind of taken the lead and really cemented his position here. Last timing point, he was just under 20 minutes ahead of second place, and that was at 99.7 kilometers. So that would mean he has about 22 kilometers to go, and he has a 20-minute lead. So Simone, and this would be his chaser right now, Ivan Rustovic from Slovenia, chasing him down. It's the beard chasing the mustache, that's for sure.
The beard and the mullet and the short. There's a lot going on with Ivan. I like that.
Oof, patching up the chin there.
Damn.
Must have had a bit of tumble.
Yeah, that's Band-Aid. Fabiola coming in. So same time as third place then, I'm guessing? Through that aid station?
From the timing, yes, it looks like she was just 2 minutes behind. So whilst Danielle Calandri was getting patched up, Fabiola Conti came in to the aid station.
She looks a bit spent, and it's interesting, as Simone Corsini was going hard in what looked like a bowl of broth and food and that, she was just gently eating a tiny banana. So it was like a bit of a different approach here.
Team 5, je suis juste derrière, avec Beaufélie.
There you go. So now we are in the heart of the first big climb. We're back in a 50K race, and I think it's Gianluca Giano here with the Brooks top, so blue and green, and ahead in Fuga is William Buffelli. So the photo is not accurate because now William on your screen on the little photo is with HOKA, but now he runs for Fuga. So the red backpack and the black and white top is William here on your screen. But I feel like we saw someone slightly further ahead. Yeah, there are a few runners, so they are not second and third behind Peter Engdahl. I don't know how far back we are, but it looks like there's two runners ahead, and definitely Peter probably much further ahead. So they would be then fourth and fifth, possibly. And again, all our thoughts and prayers to our cam runners who are having to keep up with those gentlemen without poles on that steep section and slowly getting dropped, but that's okay because then we're going to get a good look at the women's race.
So, Martin, Fabiola Conti here, fourth place overall, first woman, has gone through the night, has been in the race for 14 hours, 23 minutes now, has moved through the last checkpoint at 99.7 kilometers. So it suggests that she has just under 22 kilometers to go to finish this one off, and she moved into that aid station in 4th place overall, but the question is, did she leave before 3rd place or not? That we are not able to determine, but she's putting on a clinic here because it is it is showing us that she is an awful huge amount of time ahead of the 2nd place female, Lisa Bonzani, also from Italy.
Yeah, and so we to her, like traditionally, like she always starts out pretty hard, and she's opened up like over 2 hours gap on 2nd place in the women's race. And as you were saying, Maj, now sitting in 4th place overall. This is a brutal climb, and I'm glad they're pulling up the 3D map right at the perfect timing, because you can see colors are going really in the darker shades of yellow, orange, and red. But then you can see that now it's not the same, let's say, like it looks a bit more like survival mode. So as you said, she's already covered 100K. But that's her style, like going out hard, and then eventually she'll get to a point where she's super tired, and then she'll just be grinding it in. Obviously, having opened such a gap that she's almost guaranteed to take the win if she makes it to the finish line. But it's interesting. That's what we were talking about yesterday in terms of race strategy. Do you go out hard while you're feeling fresh and put on a lot of time on your competition, but then you risk like falling apart a little bit and getting tired later on? Or you look after yourself and try to have like a kind of a Pac-Man strategy where you start and pick up the deeds as you're going on the later stages of the race. So different runners, different strategies. Fabiola is definitely the first strategy, but you know, when she makes it to the finish line, it really pays off.
Yeah, Martin, and isn't it rude to put a 43% grade trail at 100 kilometers into this race? We saw just before that graph and elevation, you can see that there is just, it looks like it just is a wall right there that the runners need to walk up in this race. So yeah, this is the last major big climb of the race. There is a couple of smaller ones after this, but this is the real. Once you crack this, it's going to be a lot more runnable terrain comparatively all the way to the finish. But yes, this is a very tough 100-kilometer point in the race. And we're going to hopefully see a bit of footage of the steepest section of this climb. But Fabiola Conti, as you said, Martin, just moving forward still, which is good progress, and it is a huge success after so many meters of elevation gained so far in this race.
Yeah, and as much as, like, don't get me wrong, like, as much as she's not moving as fast and looking like she's working as hard, she's still moving, chipping away at it. She's at her pace. Oh, there's a lot going on. There's the extraordinary contest. Get your phones out and scan that QR code. Once again, I checked just to be sure where I was sending you, and it was not like a cheeky promise. But yeah, you can select the race of your choice to get drawn for a free bib, as well as if you win, you're gonna have access to HOKA gear, neck products, buff headwear, and neckwear. So happy days. Give it a crack. And also, like, let us know. I see some people have joined us in the chat, so come join us on the live.utmb.world platform. This is the opportunity to join us in the chat. Let us know where you're following from, where you are in the world, and if there's any of you who are on site and can give us a bit of an intel on what's going on down there. Because we still have been told that there could be thunderstorms in the afternoon, hence why they did that slight change in the 50K race. So it'll be good to have local people in town, people who are out on the field, and let us know when the weather changes.
Martin, as we were saying before, this is a tough climb for these runners in the 100-mile race. They've just passed the 100-kilometer point, and they have one big giant climb to go in their race. But this is nothing they're not used to, because this race has 8,300 meters of elevation gain over the 122 kilometers, and they have been hiking all the way through the night. This is some seriously tough terrain. If you can see, like, all the rocks and boulders around here too. Look at that terrain for technicality. Even if you're hiking, you know, the unevenness of the steps is going to force people into some longer strides, more power, really making sure that they use everything they have left in the tank. You can see that there's some huge boulders that they have to navigate and move their way around. But
it's pretty cool at that point. Like, being able to navigate yourself through that. Like, you'd be coming out of the night, you've been spending already a few hours in daylight, and you're going through such a boulder field. That's like, yeah, that's magical. And I think this is probably one of the sections they'd be like, oh, I'm going to forget about racing and look around and appreciate that I'm finding myself in such a really cool environment.
Yeah, absolutely. A stunning part of the world. I think we're changing back to the 50K.
Oh, and look at this. Everyone around her is just power hiking, and Martina Muenarczyk is running up that steep trail. She means business. And it's interesting because she's got the quiver on the back, but I don't know if it's me, but I can't even see poles in there.
Yes, that's what I was thinking as well, Martin. It doesn't look like she's got poles in that quiver, but it does. Yeah, it doesn't really look like it, although she just is carrying the quiver for extra training weight, I suppose.
Maybe pick up mushrooms on the way, shove them in the quiver. Tick, tick.
Yeah.
And she looks strong. And Maj, actually, we're going to have a bit of a video recap of Martina Muenarczyk experience at last year's CCC. Let's check it out. There she is, coming in, all smiles, waving the Polish flag after crossing the line in second place. And while she came into last year's CCC with very few expectations and delivered super well, she came into Western States with a purpose, and I think she was one of the ones who could have done extremely well. But sadly, she had to drop. I am not actually sure what the reason for that DNF was, but that certainly did fuel her fire to come back strong. And so I think this is probably like a race where she will be doing final testing, fueling, pacing, kit, leading into the UTMB World Series final. And look at that climb. And if you're wondering why we're not showing both the women's leader and the men's leader, it's probably because our camera runner has gotten dropped like a hot spud by Peter Engdahl, and so we can not know exactly where our men's leader is at that point, but he's probably way ahead, considering how quickly he took out that start. And it's going to be like also putting a bit of pressure on our cam runner, because Martina is getting awfully close to him. Yeah, she's on a mission.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Martin, Martina is registered into CCC at the World Series finals, UTMB Mont-Blanc. So we will see if she can put in a solid effort here today and then take that all the way to the end of August.
Yeah, and like I said, last year was almost by accident that she ended up running so well at CCC, and she realized how strong she could be. But again, her transitions at aid stations were really subpar what can be done, and they were precious seconds, if not minutes, that were lost there. So not only she'll come back with more experience under her belt, but I'm really hoping that she can have her aid station transition dialed. And come back. So it's a very similar situation to Tony McCann, where she had like a first 50K extremely aggressive, and then she kind of ran on fumes the entire way. And she said, man, I want to come back to this race, even though people are like, all right, well, you've won OCC, then you did CCC, you won CCC, now you're going to step up to UTMB. And she's like, well, no, I want to have another crack at CCC. Because I know I can do better. And so I want to have like a solid race that I'm proud of. And so it's a very similar situation with Martina. And man, look at, in a matter of like a few steps of power hiking without even pause, bam, she just passed those guys. I'm impressed. I'm impressed at the way she's running. I mean, this is a shorter race indeed, but still, the way she's moving, man, this is good. This is really good. She's going to be another very solid contender for this year's CCC. If we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. But for today, I think it's going to be extremely hard for anyone else in the women's field to come and challenge Martina today.
Yeah, I dare say she has a bit of competitive tension still left to put out there, Martin, after having to drop from the Western States 100 earlier on. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in just a moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that? Yeah, so she dropped it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We were looking into Martinez's race at Western States 100, and she dropped at Michigan Bluff at mile 55.7. But it doesn't look like there was any particular reason for her dropping out of the race. Perhaps just the only thing we find is like it sounds like she fell apart. So maybe a start that was a bit too aggressive. But it was pretty brutal. She went from, like, as you were saying, Maj, leading to drop in.
Yeah, there's no real evidence to say why she dropped, other than it was a very, very tough day, and she went out guns blazing, and the course and the event chewed her up and spat her out. And I say that in the nicest way possible.
Oh yeah. It goes without saying, but I'm glad you're mentioning it, because I am a big fan since we saw her at CCC last year, and I got the chance to chat about her and get all the her background story from Jedrzejk, a good friend from King Runner Ultra, the one and only trail running media in Poland, who knows every Polish runner. And so he's always there to give us all the intel. And yeah, like the way she burst out onto the scene and did a super good CCC. When she was leading at the front, Western States, I'm like, wow, I'm not surprised. A lot of people were like, oh, who's that woman? I'm like, come on. But then, first participation at Western States and going out hard in the lead was a bold move. So maybe she was in shape. Maybe she felt like she had it in the bag, but something didn't go quite as planned. However, here on your screen, things that are going according to plan, with less than 20 Ks to go for our women's leader. Representing the team Dynamo is Fabiola Conti. And, as I was saying, like, she's going at a slower pace than earlier last night after the start. She's just going steady. Like, that was a brutal climb, and she's just going one step at a time, but not slowing down. The knees are going in a little bit, so maybe the glutes are falling apart a little bit. But again, she's over 100K into the race. She's done an awful lot of climbing. But the way she's moving is just nice and steady. And if she keeps looking after herself that way, it'll be a pretty solid performance. And I don't know if this is accurate, because it says that she's moving at 1,400 meters an hour climbing, and that is a lot. That is a pretty impressive climbing rate. So I don't know if this is fully accurate. Watch out for the nettles here. Ooh, you don't want to get stung in that race. The elbow gets just rubbed against the nettle. No bueno.
No bueno. That's what the views are for, Martin, to take your mind off the nettle stings.
Stinging nettles.
Look at that, though. Yeah, that is some serious climbing if you can keep that up. So, don't know.
Look, she's not even halfway up.
That would be correct. Yeah, look at the terrain that they move up towards, those glaciers there. That is going to be serious.
Cracking your first beer of the evening, Maj?
Thanks to the production team for those sound effects.
I love that. Now, every time in a live broadcast or a podcast I hear that, to me that's like in between two beers podcast. It's like, and we'll be right back. Love it. All right, team, let's take a look at the chat. We're popping the question where you're following from. Oh, come on, you can give us a bit more than that. And Sabi is back in the chat. Thanks, mate, for being there. I appreciate you bringing us a little bit of intel. And apparently there was the same quiver discussion in the Western States, but apparently the quiver cannot be removed from that pack model. Well. If that was me, I can tell you that much. I would take a little pair of scissors and snip, and that will be gone, just like you would do with all your tags. And some special people even choose to cut the handles on their poles. Like every possible way to gain weight is a win.
1%ers, Martin, 1%ers. But I too would absolutely be cutting off that quiver.
Yeah, and if you need it for another race, you can always sew it back. As a trail runner, you need to have skills, and sewing back a quiver is not one that you can afford not to have.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right, man.
Ooh, how low is that? Oh, yeah, no, that's all right. I mean, that's all right for Fabiola, but the tall runner, Gigi might have to kind of duck under that cable, or he would already have, as a matter of fact. Or, no, I think he got passed, didn't he?
Yeah, Gigi Gediminis was definitely passed by Fabiola Conti.
And now he's just falling back in the rankings. He was 5th earlier, and now he's down to 7th. Well, as much as I hate seeing a good guy like him fall apart in the rankings, it makes me feel good in the way that we had caught the feeling that the pace they had gone out of gate was absolutely suicidal. And now I'm afraid they're just paying the price for it.
Yeah, experience doesn't beat hot-headedness and headbutting, which is what we saw those two do. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in just a moment. It's actually just a bubbly water.
I thought you were hard on the fucking energy drink already. I was like, yes. What did you find this time? Yeah, there you go. Colombian.
Colombian.
You're gonna be
Dude. It actually says there that Gediminius is with.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Whoa,
When you type
and
in-
we're back, folks. Here with the beautiful views out of the town of Gressanay-Saint-Jean and our lead woman in 100 miler, Fabiola Conti. Martin, I think that she might be in 3rd overall, and she went into the last aid station.
reeling out all the hairs. Speaking of hairs, yours is pretty good. I'm tempted to put you on the screen, but yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, phenomenal. She is creeping up in on the overall field, and now she looks pretty focused, eh? Like she's just in her zone.
Well, to be fair, I've never seen her not focused. She kind of looks like Terminator right now, and her result is proving that's true. Very focused, very determined.
Yeah. But yeah, it's often like hit or miss with Fabiola, because there's quite a few races where, she's gone out too hard and ended up like DNFing. So I get the feeling now she's like trying to stay composed, stay within herself, just doing what needs to be done, not overreaching, especially at this last part. You were saying, Maj, once she gets to that summit, that final pass, then it's almost all downhill. There's a bit of a kick in the middle, but there's a first like a 1,000 meter drop, and then a couple of 100 meter up on that little kick, and then dropping down into that very valley, and from then on, it's all the way to the finish.
Yeah, this is what those 100-mile runners are really going to be looking forward to seeing. This is the finish line. This is the final valley that they get to descend into and run along as they finish. Yeah, Martin, once she gets this climb done, it is really going to be she's going to be able to smell the barn, so to speak. Of course, there is still some distance to cover, and it's going to be super important to be switched on so there's no major accidents on the way home. But yeah, you can see this is where they are heading.
Oh, look at that. And you can see already now a bit of a cloud buildup, which was anticipated to happen later this afternoon. And that's why there was this slight course change, but still the runners are going to get 2 high points. Oh, man. Doesn't it make you want to be there right now?
Yeah, that is so intense. Beautiful, really beautiful.
That ridge is calling your name.
I love the simplicity of Fabiola right now. No hat, no sunglasses, just nothing that isn't needed out here today. Just a pair of sticks and a badass attitude,
I mean, she's originally from. She is a resident in the Aosta Valley, so she's at home here. So she's probably been training in this area quite a bit. Originally from Milano, but she's done a lot of shorter distances, especially in sky running. So any technical sections on that course, she's gonna absolutely love that. And then the past few years, she's been gradually increasing the distance, sometimes successfully, sometimes, as we were saying, like maybe with a bit of an aggressive start and leading to a DNF. But she's definitely one of the strong women these days on that kind of distance, around the 100K distance. Here's a bit of a stretch with 122, and the more elevation gain, the better. And so I think, yeah, her big step up really was at the Tour, Maj, when when she took the win. And so that was the first time where you're like, whoa, okay, Fabiola can run long distance, because it was 138 Ks and 11,600 meters of climbing. And she won that in 22, just under 23 hours. So it was not the long tour distance, it was a tour 130. And that's where it was like, okay, Fabiola has nailed that ultra distance. And look at that, how the clouds are getting stuck on one side of the pass, and on the other side, runners are now getting to the top. We can guess them unless they are hikers. And that's going to be the top of the 50K, I believe. Or is it the top of the 100 mile? Ooh, big question.
Yeah, I think our 50K runners they still have a little bit of time before they get to the highest point of the climb that they will be on. This is our first place male, Martin. So I think you might be right in that drone footage is from the 100-mile race, as this is Simone Corsini who's leading the race here, and he will have just passed over that final high point and be descending down here. Look at this terrain, Martin. So rocky and technical, and he's just really, he really doesn't have a smooth run or a smooth stride going on. A little bit of intermission there with the footage that we got, but that was cool to see. So that was definitely the 100-mile course. Here we are again, Martin. Look at this rock that he has to move across.
Beauty.
Jesus. That is something else, isn't it? Where is he running? It's like he's on the moon, but the moon got hit by an asteroid, and the moon is not smooth anymore. It's next level.
It is. And I gotta say, at this point in a race, having such a cloud cover, if it doesn't turn into rain, that's probably gonna do them good. Like, engines have been firing since last night, 7 p.m. And so a bit of a colder temperature is probably going to feel extremely good.
A hell of a lot smoother on this side of the peak, Martin, on this side of the pass.
Yes.
Fabiola Monti is making her way up what you would probably call as a service road. And this was the start of the race, actually, Martin, earlier on. Well, not earlier on, later last night at 7 p.m. local time, they started off out of the town of Aosta. So these are the early kilometers of the race we are seeing unfolding right now. A different world to where Simone Colsini is leading the race right now, with probably 110 kilometers in his legs. It's definitely a different world. And we see the two the two dukes. Yeah, look at this terrain, Martin. That is stunning. Really, really iconic, I feel like, to the Italian Alps when you get up high. Very hard to find a smooth rhythm.
Yeah, but I gotta say, like, after like almost 15 hours out, like, Simone is dancing over those rocks, like moving quite swiftly. When you know he's spent a night out there, I gotta say, he's doing really well at the minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's going to be making his way. That is the last downhill. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, your men's leader in the Walserwaeg Trail 43K, Peter Engdahl, still running towards the top of that first climb. And man, oh man, he's going to have an insane lead on the rest of the field. Less than an hour to make it to that first spot, which is 9Ks into the race. So basically, what's the altitude? 2.4, and they started at 1.3, so that's 1,100 meters of climbing over 9K, knowing that the first, probably the first 4Ks were flattish, and that is at basically, it's going to be spot on 9 kilometer per hour. The pace is insulting to the rest of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Engdahl is flying today.
Yeah, he's not mucking around, Martin. So impressive. Look at him just running this section, and it is not flat. It is not flat at all.
He's still bouncing. It's not a single sign of fatigue or anything. It's just, oh, hey, how you doing? Come va? Un caffè, per favore?
Look at him go.
That's Coke, I think. So, well, obviously, our camera runner has been dropped, so we have drone footage. Very quick stop. That was just my guess. I thought I saw a bottle of Coke. And yep, that poor guy who was hoping to get footage of him, no chance. Look at him fly, absolutely fly down the other side of the col. And if that man can climb, look at him go. Look at the grace he's running with on that single track as he's making his way down on the other side of the valley. He didn't even take time to put his flask back in his pack. And oh, there you go. A little bit of a climb, sending them on the parallel course. Oh yeah, because that's right. There's a bit of a climb, but then a bit of a kind of a flatter terrain, and then it's going to go left, and then still climb again for a few hundred meters. And look at this. Alongside the cliff, he's still dodging the turns. He's a true mountain goat. Look at him go. Thanks to production for this footage. It's beauty.
Literally, you could pair a footage of a mountain goat with Peter Engdahl right now, and it would be so similar. He is just moving on this terrain like he has nothing to lose, and he's just getting right into his spirit animal. I think his spirit animal is a mountain goat, Peter Engdahl, right now, because he is just moving over this terrain like he has a mouse to catch and a family of small little goats to feed, because he is, look at him go.
Gravity today has given him a free pass, and he's just not applying to him. He's just making his way up that climb so easily. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is the confirmation that Peter Engdahl is fit as a fiddle, and the battle for OCC, we definitely need to count him in. Martina Młynaczyk is still moving extremely well on that climb, leading the women's race. You can see how far from that course she still is, how far from that aid station at the 9K mark. Even though she's moving so well, so it shows how aggressive of a start Peter Engdahl has taken. And we'll take a look at the rankings, because I do believe that she won't be too far in the over ranking. But look at that. As much as Peter Engdahl is moving, Damiano Lenzi from Italy has also gone through, and he's on your images right now. And, well, gotta say, he's also moving pretty well.
Yeah, just under 3 minutes behind Peter Engdahl at that timing point there, Martin, at 9 kilometers, is our second place male in the race.
And the big difference between Damiano and Peter is that Peter had chosen not to take poles, probably for training purposes, while Damiano was using poles the entire way up, as I think it would make sense. So let's keep that in mind. He's been saving his legs for that climb and not using all his energy from the legs by taking advantage of the poles. So, they're only 9Ks into a 43K race. It's going to be interesting to see. Thanks to production, it is 30.6 kilometer to the finish. So there's still a bit that can be going on. Oh, well, that doesn't make sense at all because it is more than 39K. And that aid station is on the course at 9Ks. So there is more than 30K left of racing. And that drone footage right there is the setting point of that 43K. Look at them go on the ridge. And I love that now, like some people out there, I don't know if it's for safety or they're just hikers, but they didn't get the chance to get there on time to see Petter go through.
Now, look at that though, Martin. That makes you want to get in the mountains, hey? That is so Italy at its finest. And Martin, isn't it incredible that this is not even, this would be about 6 kilometers from the town center, that kind of terrain. Because remember, they did about 3 kilometers running around the town and then they went straight up. So like that is like 6 kilometers from the doorstep. You could go and get involved in that kind of terrain out here. That is awesome access.
Awesome no wonder access. Yeah, no wonder that skyrunning was born in Italy. And shout out to Marino Giacometti, who was one of the originals. And as you say, Maj, they were just going from the village up to a summit and back down, kind of similar to trail running, but with alpine terrain. And we've got now William Buffelli with the red pack, still easily recognizable, and Gianluca Giano still with him in Brooks' team. So they are third and fourth on that section. And we can be sure that, take a look at William leading. He's got the poles, got the red backpack. And he's, I think, first and foremost, a skimo athlete that transitioned a little bit into trail running, but the mountains is his environment. But it shows how light and still super strong Petter was, because William being comfortable on technical terrain, you can still see that he's working pretty hard with poles and definitely not moving as swiftly as Petter was. So yeah, today Petter is on another planet, maybe overcompensating from the races he's done the past weekends, and he's got a bit of a peak going on.
It's a real mix, isn't it, Martin? Like, there's a lot of guys using the poles, and then there's a lot of people that are not using the poles. So it's like a real mix out there of what people want to use, hey?
Yeah, although I think, unless it's the same situation with the pack, but Gianluca still had the white quiver on his pack. So maybe he got to the aid station and was like, oh, okay, I can put the poles away. And it's like, oh, well, I'm not going to pull them back out for that technical section. I'd rather use my hands. But so far, aside from Petter, have you seen anyone else without the poles? I think I
thought there was just a bit of footage there of someone without the poles, but our lead female is not doing it, and then
yeah, true.
We'll see how it plays out.
And here, 15 hours elapsed, leading the 100-mile category race, Les Sentiers de Val d'Autun, is Simone Corsini. And he's done extremely well. Started out a bit more conservatively in third, and then took advantage of the night to make his way into first position. Also taking advantage of Matteo Anselmi and Jimenez Grenius going out a bit too hard. And at this point, both gentlemen have dropped out of the race. Consequences of a bit of a hot start, let's say. So team, if you want to see the finish line at home, take it easy on the first few hours. Take it easy. All right, it's cool. We got a lot of people here on the chat. Marta, thank you. Apparently, Marta is over there, and right now it's cloudy in the valley, so this is what we anticipated. You can see it on your screen as well. The big clouds are starting to form in the sky.
But we have a little secret. We have a little secret contest going on in the background.
Interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I think they're trying to hack our channel, but that sounded like Stephanie Case, who ended up being on our live broadcast, which is cool. Like, we love Steph, but Steph is actually doing the live broadcast of Eiger Ultra Trail. So I think they're definitely against us, Maj, trying to give people a bit of a taste of the all-woman commentary team getting involved with the Eiger Ultra Trail by UTMB. But that's not going to work.
Yes.
That's not going to work.
I mean, you know, what do you say, really, Martin? The party is always in Italy. There's no doubt about it. They're in Switzerland, I believe.
Absolutely.
If anyone knows how to party, it's the Italians. Who closely follow behind the French, of course.
Closely. Except, you know, with Italians, it finishes with grappa, and with French, it finishes probably at the police station. So, don't choose a French party. Here we go.
What about Genepi?
Yeah, Genepi. They started with Genepi as maniacs. All right. And we are at another aid station, and this is actually close to the Ospizio Refugi, located just under 2,500 meters above sea level at the Valdobia Pass. And just like a lot of refuges in Italy, in the high mountains, it's like a key passage for seasonal workers who just go from country to country. Here it's Italy to France. And they had to actually rebuild it in 1820. And it reopened as the highest building in the Alps at the time in 1823. And today, about 30 people can sleep per night over 3 floors. And most important part, it is renowned for its cellar, who's get wines and beers. So, you know, sometimes you go up in the mountains and you're happy when you find a bed. There, you get 30 beds, so you can actually have a lot of friends up there, but you do have wine and beer served at your convenience. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how they do it in Italy. We're talking about party people. You get the proof now. We gave you the promise, and it just got the proof.
That's what I was saying, folks. That's what I was saying. The party is always in Italy.
Man, there's a lot of drinking involved as well with our lead male runner in the Sentier Val d'Autun, Simone Corsini. Drank quite a bit, was having a bit of a chat with our probably aid station leader. So big shout out to all the volunteers out there. And look at that. We're talking about this. This is the 1,000 meter descent. And the way Simone Corsini is launching himself into that descent, I gotta say I'm impressed. It means, like, the way he's running, it means that his quads are still intact, his IT base. Look at him dance down this trail. This is solid. He, like, he's showing the world right now that he is the man that will win the 100-mile category, because the way he's running on that downhill, and you can see in the like way down in the distance is the finish line already. So he's going to have to go down 1,000 meters. There's going to be a 200-meter climb and then back down into the valley. But the way he's running right now, nobody's going to catch him. Well done and well managed.
Spot on, Martin. The way he's able to move his feet and just navigate that terrain, which is a lot steeper than it looks on the camera, is absolutely flawless right now at this point in the race. With, as you said, mate, he's got 8,000 meters of climbing in his legs, most likely a similar amount of downhill as well. So look at him go. He's got a good stride on, and he's definitely making the most of it. I told you, Martin, they have good things at these aid stations in Italy. There's no doubt about it. Like, they have the best of the best, and that's why he's dancing down these trails, because he just got fueled up on the soda stream Coca-Cola, because the UTMB World Series is minimizing their use of plastic bottles and Coca-Cola bottles. So that is why we had the Coke bottle looking like a soda stream bottle, and that's what the cola is now made from in the UTMB World Series races. And it works, obviously. Look at this man dance down the hill. So big shout out to the aid station crew and Simone Corsini for leading the 100-mile race as we get closer and closer to the end. All right, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back after this.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
And we're back.
Here we go. We're back at the party side of the UTMB World Series with our female leader in the 50K from Poland, Martina Młynarczyk, representing Team HOKA and dancing her way down for a short time, because right here you can see they're transitioning back onto a climbing trail. And it's going to get a little technical, and we'll see how Martina Młynarczyk can handle that. We know she can run well. Woo, attention, attention. Attenzione. And again, beautiful drone footage of that technical part of the trail.
All right, Martin. So the top 10 of this 50K race, the Walserwaeg here, the top 10 of this race in the men's category are separated by 10 minutes, okay? Peter Engdahl leading that charge, and then coming through the aid station 10 minutes later was our 10th place male. So that gives you an idea. The spread is 10 minutes over the first 10 runners, and Martina Milanchik is currently sitting in 18th overall, leading the women's race. And she is over that first timing point, and second place female is not in sight yet. So she's got a pretty decent lead at the moment.
Yeah, and the way we saw her run, both on the flat and on that climb, I doubt there's going to be anyone close to Martina. It's good to see her as well here on that technical section. She's moving well, but it doesn't look like she's as comfortable on those, let's say, airy section. So there we go. And it was indeed just under 3 minutes between Peter Engdahl and Damiano Lenzi, followed by William Boffelli and Gianluca Giano, another 3 Italians chasing, and then from Romania, Andrei Breda, another 6.5 minutes back from the lead, Peter Engdahl. Imagine that, 6 minutes in just over 9 Ks. It's already a sizable gap. But again, 9 Ks into the race. That's still a lot of ground to cover. Still a lot of changes can be made.
Yeah, especially with 3,100 meters of elevation gain over that 43 kilometers. So it's going to be a slower 43 kilometer race with that kind of elevation gain. 3,200 meters of elevation change. We had just under 1,200 starters in the race today. 1,159 people started this 43 kilometer race.
And there's a lot of people cheering for Sarah in the chat, but I'm not actually sure who Sarah is. There you go. I think I found her. Atletica Levante. Sarah Lagomarsino, currently sitting in 3rd place, I believe, 4th place in the women's race in the 50K. And here is a recap of our top 3 runners in the 100K. Cristian Minhoggio, sorry, I'm going to get that right. Finished that one looking fresh as a daisy, all smiles. He was joking on the finish line interview. And then Clovis Chavreau was coming into 2nd place. He was a bit Spanish, like, all right, I'm zipping it up and I'm done. It was a long day for him. And just as Simon Westland from Sweden rounding out the podium, but both gentlemen had worked really hard to get to that finish line, which Cristian Minhoggio had 50 minutes lead on 2nd place. He absolutely crushed the field. And I guess we are not seeing the top 3 women recap, but that might come a little later. So we're back on the call of that 50K, and you can see already the clouds are coming in, and we got more runners coming through. Let's take a look. Yeah, there we go. We had another female runner go through from Germany, Julian Rösner. And Julian is in 1:22.05, and Martina was 1:16.28. So that is already under like 5.5 minutes. And I wonder if this is here, Julian, with the red T-shirt going down. We can always trust our drone pilot. They're usually onto it. And, oh, yeah, I think this is actually a camera right behind her. So I don't know if we're going to be able to transition into a POV. Of Julian Rösler. So yeah, Maj, 6 minutes, 5.5, precisely gap between first and second. Let's see how Julian does on the technical section. She's still pushing pretty hard. Hopefully, good man. Good man. We appreciate that. See, ladies and gentlemen, or gentlemen, this is a perfect example of how you need to behave on the trail. If somebody's coming behind you, whoever that is, be aware of that and give them a chance to pass whenever it's possible. And if you're coming up on someone as well, you never know. Maybe they're having headphones or they're like in the zone and they might not know that you're behind. So instead of taking a chance at making a dangerous pass in the wrong section, just tell them that you're there. It's like, hey, whenever you're ready, I'm coming on your left or on your right. And then that person can then find the best location to move aside and let you go. And that is the best way to handle traffic on the trail in the safest possible way. There you go. Third lady here coming through. Nora Sirius. Nora is Team Merida Asterix, and she is also Peter's partner. And she's another 2 minutes, 20 seconds back from second place. And living with Peter in Holmsdalen, she will be comfortable on technical. So 2 minutes can really be made up on that section if she's choosing to push a little more. Oh, Maj, we can't hear you.
Well, I tell you what, I was just talking some really good stuff there.
You were.
Peter, we were super impressed with the lead that Peter put on and the attitude at which he attacked this race, putting on just under a 3-minute lead onto the second male. But yeah, the first place Martina, she put on basically 6 minutes into second place female in the first 9 kilometers of this race. So she really took it out as aggressively, if not more so. And yeah, look at this terrain that they're now navigating, Martin. And you're mentioning third place female on the screen right now.
Yep.
Nora Serra. Look at that. So impressive.
And there we go. We've got our top 5 gone through the Refugio Ospizio Sottile and Martina Cugneto in fourth place. Just a minute back from Nora, and Clara Gauthier in fifth. Well, actually together, Martina and Clara are running together at this point. And Clara is either overreaching or having a super good day, because if you look at her UTMB index, she's about 100 points below Sarah. So she she's with a runner that's stronger than her on paper, but maybe she's having a good day. Back with the 100-mile race. And impressive how quickly our leader Simone has gone through that descent. And I think he will shortly be at the bottom of that 1,000-meter descent and be ready to climb another 200 before the final descent into Gressoney-Saint-Jean, into that valley. And then if you were with us yesterday following the 100K, the back end of the 100K, you would have had the chance to already see like the last few kilometers of the race.
Still dancing, Martin. Still dancing here. Yeah, Martin, this trail does not get any easier when you get down a bit lower. There's still a lot of hidden rocks within all this terrain. It's just so important to not let off the mental gas in this space. It's like so important. I bet that is a very, very welcome sign. Some people of the public giving him a clap. You know, he's been out all night, and it's probably been a very quiet, very dark environment to move through. And seeing these people from the public, you know, outside of the people that he would have seen at aid stations, I think would be a huge welcoming sight for him, and he must be feeling like he's getting closer and closer to civilization and closer to that finish line.
Yeah, and then by the look at the last checkpoint, he's got 19 minutes on Ivan Rastovic. So I think he's increased his lead. Look at that guy. Yes, love it. Just coming down the mountain, topless, running by the river. Happy days. That's what people do in these valleys. Just get up for an early run.
We just had a look at that course profile there, Martin, on the left-hand side. Gave a good indication to how much kind of runnable terrain there is ahead of Simone in the next couple of kilometers. He's going to really have to make sure that he doesn't break stride and just keeps up this kind of an effort.
And so the next aid station in about 5 minutes for Simone will be Tash. And we do have a fixed camera there, so won't be able to see him from both ends. And that is going to be the bottom of a bit of a climb, and with the undulating section that's about 4.4 Ks to the next aid station, Refugi Alpin. And then is going to be the final drop, Refugi Alpin, so at 117.9 kilometers. And from there on, it'll be a 3.5K to the finish.
He's pulling out his phone like he's listening to a voice message or something.
Yep.
Look at that.
He's listening to the live broadcast. It's like, oh wow, cool. These guys are with me. Ciao a tutti, come va? Molto bene. La prossima station.
Bocca al lupo.
Un poco di pizza e un doppio, per favore. He's placed his order for the next aid station.
Sans gluten. Sans gluten.
That doesn't exist in Italy. Like, gluten is part of the culture. It's everywhere. They put little flour in the air, in the mountain air. But this is okay, because I've heard that people who had issues with gluten could eat bread and pizza in Italy and actually be fine with it. They've got a special recipe there. If you're celiac, do not try this. But if you're trying to avoid gluten, I think you can get away with a pizza or two when you're over in Italy.
Well, I think we just lost all the celiacs from our broadcast. But yeah, Martin, look at this stride. For 110 kilometers into the race, he's got a really good stride on still. That's super impressive.
Yeah, and then we're back on the 50K course at the top of the first climb, 9Ks in. No, sorry, it's not the top of the first climb. It's because then they're actually carry on climbing a little bit. But that's the first pass. And again, those drone shots are fantastic, showing how the cloud buildup stays on one side, and then on the other side, it was still clear at that point. And that's got to be it. That's got to be the little village where the next aid station is going to be Tash. It looks like it is close to that bridge. Looking on the fixed camera, yeah, we're going to see the flags very soon with the HOKA and UTMB World Series banners. And he made quick way of that short section. This might be the moment in the race where the move has been made and he's far enough to secure the win on Les Sentiers de Val d'Autun. 122K, 8,400 meters of climb. And our friend Simone Corsini in the lead. In the meantime, back with our men's leader, Peter Engdahl, in the 50K race. And he is himself going through an aid station, which is the wrong one. Not as opposed to the right one, but is RONG. I'm assuming this is how they pronounce it. And so we get two aid station there, and oh, look at that. There's like a massive trough, and he's using it to put it over his legs, and he put his cap in it as well. So he's trying to cool himself down. I mean, the pace has his, at which he's going would indeed require a little bit of cooling, but he is out of the gate again, and not showing any sign of slowing down. Look at him straight it out. It's just he looks like Peter Engdahl is going for a 5K tempo run.
Yeah, it really does, Martin. He's just covered 15 kilometers and 1,400 meters of climbing, and Peter Engdahl is just warmed up. That's all we can say. He is not mucking around in and out of those aid stations. You can see just the difference in aid station transitions with this 50K compared to the 100 miler, and Peter Engdahl just showing us how it's done.
Yeah, it's impressive. There we go, back with Simone Corsini at the aid station, and interestingly enough, at the past aid station, he was actually sitting down and eating more solid food, and I believe, he is standing down, that's for sure, but I believe he just had just a banana and fueling on Coke, having a conversation with his crew. I think it's business time. I think they're fully aware of now the chase is on, but he's opened a good gap, so now he needs to get onto it, stay out of sight from his competition. Another 200-meter climb, and then it's all downhill to the finish. And on the left-hand side, Peter Engdahl. But, well, I'm keeping my eyes on the rankings here in the 50K because Damiano Lenzi, William Boffelli, Gianluca Giano are all, Andrei Preda as well from Romania, are all expected at the wrong station any second. So I don't know if this is a glitch in the live trail system, but the race might still be tight as much as it looks like Peter Engdahl has blown out the race really early on. So yeah, we'll keep you posted on that. And meanwhile, Simone is just, you could see like one arm down, trying to relax on that downhill section before climbing out again.
Yeah, as you said, Martin, he definitely has a bit of a spicy climb just to finish this race off. I think you said about a 200-meter elevation climb for him to get out of this little section and over to the final valley and the overall and final finish line of the race.
So Maj, they have now gone through wrong, and only one, Damiano Lenzi, in 1:40.01. So that's bang on 3.5 minutes back from Peter. So, and William Boffelli is now there as well, another 20 seconds back from Damiano. So just under 3 minutes, 4 minutes back, 4 minutes back from Peter Engdahl, William Boffelli. So it is a bit of a gap, but still, 3 minutes isn't much.
It's a bit of a gap, but not. It hasn't grown an awful lot from the 9 kilometer checkpoint, which is good for the racing. It's not the best news for Petter, but Petter is definitely still putting a gap on these guys and moving incredibly well. So, but they are holding on. That's for sure. Just.
Yeah, so we'll see how it goes because yeah, it was last weekend. Last weekend at the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard, Mattia Bertoncini, also from Italy, had taken out a really hot start, but then eventually faded in the really the later stages, and it went from first to third. So it's just going to be interesting to see how things play out. Because as you said, Maj, it's 3 minutes is a bit. But it's not enough to feel safe, especially at this point in a race where you've only gone up and down the first big climb, and you do have another gradual climb to go through, and then a long descent, bit of a climb, and then all downhill to the finish with about a 3Ks flat section where you can't have the wheels fall off on you. Otherwise, you're going to be bleeding seconds in this area.
Absolutely, Martin. As we see some of the extraordinary runners here in the 50K race, 1 hour, 42 minutes and 40 seconds has just gone in that race, and they are making their way to a high point. Allez. Simone back on the charge, back in business, getting this done. I mean, this would be an incredible race for him to stick it and to really, to take the title here. I'm sure he would be putting it up there with one of his most memorable runs, being in Italy, taking the lead in the night and holding on to it all the way through the morning here.
Yeah, and the way he's running right now, you can see he's still paced himself really well. He still has plenty of gas in the tank to take on that final climb. Aid station was well managed, had a composed, had a good chat with his crew, had looked like a banana, bit of Coke, and off he was again. And I'm keeping my eyes on the splits, but Ivan Raštović from Slovenia is still 11 minutes away from the aid station, so that is a sizable gap. Team, we got a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Hello, folks, and we are back here with our first place woman, Fabiola Conti, leading the 100-mile race at the Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. Look at this terrain she's covering right now. She has navigated herself over the last big climb of the race, and she is now moving through this incredibly technical terrain that we have seen our lead male move through quite a while ago now, but you can just see this is absolutely stunning and also just a true testament to what this race has thrown at these 100-mile runners. So Fabiola Conti comfortably in the lead here in First Woman, sitting what we believe is 4th overall in the race.
Yep.
And just putting on a class.
Yeah, and as much as it looks hard, like that kind of terrain is going to be good for Fabiola. She's comfortable and technical. She likes that kind of high alpine technical trails, so she'll be moving well on this. And actually looking at the prediction from Live Trail, she's anticipated to make it to the next aid station in Sitten, a couple of minutes ahead of Daniele Calandri, which would put her in 3rd place overall. So we'll keep our eyes peeled, and maybe we'll see a pass at some point in this 100-mile category race. In the meantime, we have this aerial shot of what I believe is 2nd and 3rd in the 50K race, Damiano Lenzi and William Boffelli, as they ran kind of together through the wrong aid station. Man, this is not a right name for an aid station. Where'd you go through? Oh, I went through the wrong aid station. What? It's just like...
Yes, we are unsure if Fabiola is in 3rd place or if she's moving in 4th place overall, but from the last timing point, it put her in 4th. However, things might change as she moves closer and closer to the next timing point, which is Sitten, and that is at 109 kilometers into the race.
Yeah, I think she hasn't made the move yet on Daniele Calandri. And considering that she's anticipated to get to that aid station only a couple of minutes ahead, the pass might happen actually closer to the aid station. So there's still a bit of downhill to be made, or like kind of going across that technical section and then down. But yeah, we might have a bit of a battle for third, as Fabiola Conti is on her way to possibly stepping on to the overall podium in this 100-mile category race. In the meantime, also from Italy, absolutely crushing it in the lead, Simone Corsini is showing us how it's done. He's gone through the steepest part of that climb. And by the sound of our camera runner breathing, Simone is moving at a good pace and keeping her camera runner honest on that section, 6.6 kilometers away from the finish. Man, I hope they throw a good party for him.
Martin, a little bit of an update from, you can see here actually on the split screen, see this kind of side wall that Simone is navigating past a lot of the other public hikers out there enjoying their day.
As you do in Italy.
It's just before 11 a.m. local time, so perfect time of day to be out there getting amongst the trails here.
Man, Italy
just a
really
different
has
world.
It dialed. Yep.
Yeah.
Just get up, go for a mountain hike, get to the hut, and you'll be served possibly wine or beer. Just life is a different type of good over there.
Jump on the live stream, watch people in an Italian race. I mean, what else would you want?
No, this is the dream right there. Living the dream.
So, Martin, I was looking at the results there, and it looks like, unfortunately, one of the Gabou brothers has withdrawn. Jules Henry has a withdraw sign next to his name, which is unfortunate considering they were 13th together, him and his brother.
So Jules-Henri would be out, and then Candide remains in racing. So Jules-Henri is a younger brother. Oh, wow. Damn, that's unexpected.
Mm.
Well, hopefully everything is okay. Oh, wait. But now it shows Gediminas Grunius in 16th position, but still racing. Well, it was definitely marked as withdrawn earlier, so I don't know, maybe he sat down and contemplating handing over his bib number and then eventually changed his mind. I mean, his son is crowing, so he might be wanting to make a statement and show that no matter how you're doing, you just keep at the task at hand. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah. Might have to keep an eye on Jules Henry too, because he might not be withdrawn.
The good old life trail keeping us on our toes.
Keeping us on our toes, for sure.
Well, Team Sarah is still going strong in the chat, I gotta say. So let's see how she's doing. She was in 4th last time we checked. Oh. Can you see her anywhere?
Sarah, where are you, Sarah?
Is it Sarah Lagomarsino? Because now she's in 11th place. Come on, team, let us know. Like, we need to know the family name of Sarah that you are supporting, so we can be sure that we know which one you're talking about. And give us a little bit of an intel so we can share with the world her story. Oh, and look at this. This is an overview, a flyover, let's put it that way, as we're literally flying over the course of the 100-mile race. So that was the kind of the gradual climb on at the beginning to get out of the Aosta city and get onto the big mountains. And we're doing this flyover because we do have an intern in the studios, and she's been missioned with doing those flyovers, and so she's probably now totally dialed her navigation because this is performed by a human, actually, those flyovers, believe it or not. AI still hasn't replaced their soul. And so it's kind of a video game where you're just traveling through this 3D environment and doing that flyover, Superman style.
Martin, are we allowed to talk about the UTMB Pro Runner coming out on Sony PlayStation 5 soon?
I'm not sure I got the memo. Fill me in.
Oh, you didn't get the memo? Yeah, well, you know there's Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I think UTMB might bring out a UTMB Pro Runner computer game.
Hell yeah. And then you color the climbs with your color when you get the FKT, as opposed to when you do the best trick on the module. Yeah.
On the downhill. Yeah.
Sign me up.
Martin, can I hear Steph Case in the background of your audio? Is she infiltrating again?
Exactly. This is how hard they are trying to steal our audience. Actually, she's speaking louder, so her voice goes through like in a kind of subliminal way, and just trying to pull people away from there. But you said it best, brother. The party is in Italy. That's where it's at, and we appreciate all of you being there.
And here is the party leader right now.
Yeah, the party leader, leading the charge. And the only song that comes into my mind when we see Simone going through is like, "Can't stop me now, dee-dee-dee, 'cause he's having a good time, having a good time." He is absolutely crushing it.
We need a gift for that, Martin. We need a gift for that.
You got a good gift game this morning, Maj. Or actually this evening. It's tonight for you, brother.
Mm-mm.
And I'd love to see more about who is hiding behind M, because I don't think that is the lady from James Bond. Because, yeah, he or she has been with us since yesterday, and also throwing down a solid gift game. And here, this is like, yeah, Peter is super impressive, gliding over the mountain terrain at high speed, true mountain goat. He is definitely one of the athletes that we need to watch out for the OCC at the end of August. Mash, do you really have to pretend? We are truly having a good time. Someone who's also having a good time over that technical terrain, ladies and gentlemen, is our women's leader in the Sentier des Val d'Autun. She's covered a whole lot of ground, almost 105 Ks, and she's in the second to last descent. She's gone through the most technical part and will be now weaving down the mountain on that single track. I take that back. There's still a bit of technical terrain. And she will be loving it. But again, looking at the lead that she has over Lisa Borzani. It was this. So Fabiola Gonti went through Champoluc aid station at 99.7 Ks this morning at 9:06 a.m. after 14 hours and 5 minutes. Lisa Borzani, in second place, is expecting to go through this aid station in 11 minutes. So we're talking like 2 hours and 15 minutes back. This is the gap, ladies and gentlemen, between first and second in this 100-mile category race. No wonder she's up on the podium.
Fabiola putting on a masterclass. That's so big.
Yeah, the stars aligned, even though, I mean, like, everything was not given. Like, maybe 90 minutes into the run, a bit more than that, after she had gone through the first big climb, she took a fall, and she hit the deck pretty hard. We saw that last night. And, well, didn't seem that it affected her at all. If anything, that just put a little bit more fire on the... fuel on that fire, sorry. I did that the other way around. Okay, Simone Corsini here, followed by one of our cam runners. And you can see, I believe, is it Maj in the background, the finish line in Gressoney-Saint-Jean?
You know, Martin, it's got to be that finish line, because he is approximately, I would say, 6 kilometers from the finish. And I reckon that would be about 6 kilometers into the distance.
Wow.
So yeah, he's getting there. He's navigating this traverse along the wall here, and then he will drop down to an elevation which will basically take him to the finish line. But yeah, you can see, Martin, he's still moving. Hey, there's no...
Oh, yeah.
He really hasn't shown any signs of weakness in the whole time we've been watching him.
Yeah, he's definitely moving with a purpose. Like, he's in control, pushing the pace. He knows that this is the last climb. He had Coke at the last aid station, so he'll be fully fueled up.
Just gone 16 hours of racing here, Martin.
Yeah. 16 hours for this 100-mile category race. truly 122 kilometers, 8,400 meters of elevation gain. A beautiful adventure in the Valdez valleys.
Unreal, man. What an incredible change of scenery as well when we look at what Fabiola Conti is navigating up high, and then we see here what Simone is now navigating in that kind of final 5 to 6 kilometers of the race back down in tree line. It's just lush and green, and it is just a different world from, you know, hiking a couple of thousand meters above.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as you were pointing it out, like, you go from those rocky technical sections that are only 6 km away from the village, and it looks like the clouds are also building up in the valley, as Marta was saying on the chat. So it's actually going to be perfect weather conditions for the runners who are already down below. Hopefully, no thunderstorms this afternoon to keep everyone safe. And as we're looking, Simone Corsini leading the 100-mile race and still putting on a final surge on that ultimate climb. We have a quick break coming up, and we'll be right back with you to carry on following both the 100-mile and the 50K races.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, team. We've got our second woman in the 50K race coming through the aid station from Germany. Oh, wait. No, because originally we had thought... Oh, there's massive confusion here. I think Live Trail is... Yeah, there we go. That's Julian Reusler, who I thought right, but Life Trail is playing tricks.
I can't. Sorry.
She's a bit rushed going through there. She looks a bit stressed. She's trying to be quick.
Maybe she's at the wrong aid station.
That's not the wrong aid station yet, is it? Yes, I think it is. Oh, and look, so this is a good indication. She is doing just like Petter and then getting water over her head and putting her hands down the trough. So it must, even though the clouds are there, it must be getting warm. Warm enough for those runners to try and cool themselves down. So here, as anticipated, Fabiola Conti was quick over that technical section, and she is now making her way down to the sit-in aid station, where she's expected to come through very soon. We see that aid station in the distance over there, right where the refuge is. That refuge that offers 30 beds and wine and beer.
Good wine and beer as well, Martin. That's what we're being told.
Oh yeah, when you're out in the mountains, like whatever you're being handed over will be tasting like $1 million.
It's a pretty steep descent down to that aid station there, isn't it? Like, look at this perfect elevation profile. 16%, 28%, and 19%. That's some pretty steep terrain.
Yeah, and so that's why at this point on the back end of the race, if you haven't done the proper training, if you haven't conditioned your legs to such a ridiculous amount of elevation, the pounding could really like shut your quads or IT bands, and then from then on it would be a sufferfest. But neither Fabiola nor Simone on the left and right hand side of your screen respectively showed up unprepared, and they're both making good ground on those downhill, and then Simone on the up. Italians, they have it in the bag, they have it sorted out. Local knowledge pays off.
Man, these trails, I'll tell you what, Martin, they are incredibly well established in this mountain area. Like, you can tell that these are just some awesome trails to get out and amongst all summer long. Oh, third woman had a bit of a change up here, Martin, in the 50K.
Yeah. And again, trying to figure out who she was. Marina Cugneto. Team Scarpa. And she is 4.5 minutes back from Julian Rösler. And Julian was herself just under 3 minutes back from Martina Młynaczyk, which is not much. She closed that gap because there were 6 minutes up at the top. And so I don't know if this is because of the technical section or if Julian Rösler is actually stronger on a descent. But as we're going now onto a bit of a flatter section and then another longer, more gradual climb, this might be where Martina hits the hammer a little harder on her competition to try and open a greater gap again, because on that steeper first climb, she put 6 minutes over 9Ks. And that next climb is gonna go for 7.5Ks. So there's still a lot of ground to be made if she's feeling good. But again, ladies are chasing and they're still there, and I understand better now why when we saw Julian Rösler go through the aid station where she was a bit feathered, if I can say. She was really all over the place, trying to be as quick as possible through the aid station, getting the fuel and the fluids that she needed. And then here, Marina Cugneto from Team Atletica Saluzzo, and obviously seemingly Scarpa as well, also moving out of the wrong aid station.
Yeah, Martin, a pretty incredible descent here by Marina Cugneto. She overtook 12 people on that descent coming into that aid station. Yeah, that's no mucking around, eh? So yeah, she's third female overall at the moment, but yeah, she took down 12 people in that descent, and moved into third place as well, because we were expecting Nora Ceres come through, but yeah, Marina has overtaken.
Well, and Laura Barali as well, like she's just gone through the wrong aid station, and I don't know why it hasn't updated, but it seems like Clara Gauthier as well from France has gone through. I might have to refresh to get the accurate ranking. Yeah, so I don't know. I hope nothing happened to Nora, but she definitely took it a notch down on that descent. Or maybe she had a start that was a bit too aggressive early on, because she went from third to possibly sixth, but still hasn't gone through. And we're expecting also Rebecca Watney from South Africa, who, you would know him, Robbie Simpson. She's Robbie Simpson's partner. I like how runners get with other runners. So she'll be excited to be in the top 10 at that point.
Here we are, Martin, Fabiola Conti, and now let's have a look. So she is, wow, okay, yeah, she is 9 minutes behind third place overall. So she's comfortably in fourth place overall as she comes into the sit-in aid station, 108.7 kilometers into the race. At the same time,
yes,
our men leader is in his last aid station as well. Refuge Alpenzu. And so that means that Simone Corsini is 3.5 kilometers away from the finish, in the lead here, passing through the very last aid station he will have before the finish line. And Fabiola Conti also went through the sit-in aid station at 108.7 kilometers, first female, and looking very comfortable.
And so here, as you were saying, he's just gone past the Alpensu aid station, the last one. Now he's going to drop down in a pretty abrupt descent into the valley, and then it's just going to be a long, flat section with a tiny bit of a kick. It's going to last like 30-40 seconds. That did surprise a lot of our 100K runners yesterday, but I don't think this is going to be an issue for Simone Corsini. And look at him go. Like, he's still flying down that descent, not showing any sign of fatigue. Well done. Man on a mission.
Yeah, he's looking so relaxed as he navigates this final descent, which has some really decent drops due to the boulders and the rocks that are on there. But yeah, unreal movement right now for someone so deep into this race. And Ivan Rustovec, second place male, coming in here, navigating this traverse along the wall.
Is that the aid station?
No, this is not. He's a little bit back on that, but he's getting there. He's absolutely getting there.
Oh yeah, because I was like, man, if that. Oh yeah, okay, no, he's way out. Way out. Yeah, the 20+ minutes are still there between the two gentlemen in the lead in Les Sentiers des Val d'Autun race. He's still running pretty well, but estimated at the Refugee Alpenso in 21 minutes. So yep, the gap remains. I wish one of the runners choose to go through the tunnel.
Ouais, non, c'est Fred, mais c'était bien prévu qu'il rate l'arrivée du premier homme du 100 miles. Coralie avait pris la décision de faire un focus sur le 50.
And we hear
Normalement, Fred, il devrait arriver peut-être
the
pour
French
troisième homme et première
allez allez, which is interesting because yeah, this region, as you see on the signs, a lot of names of locations, villages are French, even though we are indeed in Italy. And same, for those who are not familiar with the Italian language or haven't had the opportunity to race in Italy, when they scream at you, die, 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 they're not like actually meaning that in English, but die, die, die in Italian means go, go, go. That has thrown off quite a lot of English speakers for their first experiences. And they're like, oh, these guys are pretty rude.
Martin,
we're seeing rain. I think it was starting to rain up on Fabiola Conti. So while Simone Corsini is going down on that final descent, is that what you were saying? Or were you going to say?
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like the clouds are closing in for sure. It might get a bit spicy up there, especially with the other runners coming through those really high sections now, which Simone has been able to navigate and get through. But we'll see more about that in just a moment. We're just going to go to a quick break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we're back and still moving at a really good pace on that descent. Simone Corsini had still some left in the tank. The legs are still fresh enough to be dancing down on his way to the finish in Grès-Saint-Jean.
Ouais, non, moi j'arriverai à tenir jusqu'au bout, puis je changerai après quand je prendrai le deuxième et puis le troisième.
Right, Fabiola still poles in the hands. She was earlier using them to help mitigate the pounding in her legs on the descent, but it looks like on that single track she's chosen to not use them but still keep them in her hands.
Martin, you've got to love this Italian single track. It's just it's so defined, and it's also just got such spice to it. You can see just like the rocks and the ruddiness of it. It's just like, this is just great running.
For whoever is an experienced mountain biker, they'd be like, oh man, take me there.
Look at that. It's just classic Italian single trail.
There we go. He's on the road now. There's just a tiny bit of climb and then a bit of traverse on the single track, and he will be down to the finish in Grès-Saint-Jean. Ladies and gentlemen, your leader in the Sentier des Valdotins started last night, 7 p.m. local time, and now about to round up 122 kilometers and 8,400 meters of elevation gain. Simone Corsini, you can see here the right-hand turn, pretty sharp turn, is where he's gonna go up for a wee while. and see, trying to relax, keeping his arms down. Maybe trying to bring a bit of blood down the hands. If you spend so much time using your paws, it might just be jammed in there because he's been only lowering that left hand.
So Martin, Simone Corsini mentioned in his pre-race questionnaire that he was doing this race because of the UTMB qualification. So I think he has come here and achieved what he wanted, because he now has a direct entry into UTMB World Series final at the end of August in UTMB Mont-Blanc in 2026. And that's what he said he was coming here for, supported by his mum, Sarah, his dad, Carlo, Matilda, and Eleonora, his sisters as well. So his whole family has been out helping him out, and he's getting it done and getting his UTMB qualification if he keeps this up over the next couple of kilometers. And I have no doubt he's got it in the bag.
Yeah, and he's not only picking up his qualification, but he's doing it in style. You know, he could be coming in third and a bit weathered, but man, like, he's just been in control the whole way, managed his effort like perfectly from end to end. And don't get fooled as much as you feel like he's struggling a little bit here. It is, I mean, yeah, it is that steep that you want to hold on to trees. But that's it, done. That was the final climb for Simone. He will not get onto that kind of traverse, single track, and then down into the finish line. And as you were saying, Maj, mission accomplished, job done, and beautifully done. Smart race. And I, for one, will be looking forward to seeing him on the start line of UTMB next year.
Yeah, absolutely, Martin. He has a very good training ground as well for this type of terrain and this part of the this sport. He says that he trains a lot in Courmayeur and Toano as well, and so yeah, it's a perfect ground for getting better and better at these events, and you can see that he's still moving so well after so much elevation change over this distance, and he's doing great.
Yep.
Unreal.
Allez. People are cheering on Fabiola Conti.
Oof, small steps, Martin. That terrain is not getting as much justice as it deserves with this camera, but you can see just by her small steps that it's definitely a mix of technicality and steepness here. Oh.
Yeah. And again, you got to keep in mind that like Fabiola is a very strong technical runner. So the way she runs here, you can be sure that the other woman behind will not be as comfortable. Although I am not familiar with Lisa Borsani or Marta Vigano. I don't know how strong they are, but I know that Fabiola is up there when it comes to technical. 1.6K is to the finish. As we say, you get to smell the barn, and maybe more accurately, you smell the sheep hen, sheep pen, whatever you call this, la bergerie. And
Well, we know this section of trail all too well.
yes, we do.
As I said before, Martin, just a different world to what Fabiola Conti was navigating up high not even that long ago in the race. Down in the forest now, it's green and it's lush, and the rocks are still there, but not as much as they were up on the pass. A whole different world when you descend down into these valleys from the high passes and the summits around here.
Yeah, and again, like from what we've seen from Simone Corsini, like he's been able to move well on every type of terrain, because the way he's opening up here on like a super groomed trail, like he's able to crank it pretty hard. 16 and a half hours elapsed, one overnight, and still moving at like a more than honest pace. So he's not going to finish like that. Like this is the end. You add another 15Ks to this race, and I would be betting that he still has the ability to keep pushing. So that's a really good sign. Oh, there we go. We got Petter Engdahl in sight, first man in the 50K, still charging hard, but it's gonna be fun to see what he can do, considering like how much he's gonna be able to hold off the rest of the men's competition, because they had it down to 3 minutes at the wrong aid station, and so now he's getting to close to the Refugio Gabiet, and he doesn't look as scary because he's actually pulled up his sunglasses, so the serious look is gone.
Yeah, they must have lost the sun up there, Martin. The cloud cover must have really come in up high where he is navigating the terrain right now.
But if anything, that's probably going to be good for them. Like, cooler temperatures is great for running, and even if it rains a little bit, all these gentlemen and ladies are used to running in the mountains on a bit more slippery terrain, so should be all right. There you go. People are starting to line up on the trails as we're getting closer and closer to the finish line. This is it. This is the final drop.
Martin, some of the action in the chat is doing good.
We've neglected the chat. Yes.
Let's go. If anyone is out there and can give Simone a big shout, let's go. Give that man some support as he finishes off this race. All right, Martin, Fabiola Conti. Last race, the Marathon de Mont-Blanc, 42 kilometer, placed 5th female. And then the Monte Rosa Sky Race in Italy, it was a 22 kilometer. She placed 3rd there. Her other race of the year, Chianti, was unfortunately a DNF. So she will be very happy to come back in this longer distance and be able to be in this position right now.
Yeah, and considering the how deep the field was at Mont Blanc Marathon, like placing 5th was a massive performance. Like, and you can see her UTMB index, and that is like 811. There's not many women who can score so high at a race. So I don't know if it was a generous rank, but I think when you look on the UTMB World Series and you look at the top runners, there's not a whole lot of runners that are overall above 800. Fabiola sitting at 786. And there we go. Breaking into a massive smile. He knows this is finally in the bag. Nobody could come and challenge him on his home turf. Ladies and gentlemen, your 100-mile category winner, Les Sentiers des Val d'Autun, 16:41 elapsed. Representing Team HOKA, here is indeed the one and only Simone Corsini, welcomed by Silvano Gabin. What a race!
What a run! What a run! Simone Corsini, unreal.
13 seconds, he managed to stop the clock. 122k, more than 8,300 meters of positive gain. Well, congratulations.
Signori e signori, prima dell'intervista ufficiali, un grande applausi per Simone Corsini!
That looks like the father, and you're seeing the See, I was telling you, he still had a few miles back in his legs. He's just trotting back on that finish line. Celebration with everyone who came out to witness his fantastic win. And as you were pointing out, Maj, he came here to get his automatic entry into next year's UTMB. This is done and well done. And that smile does not lie. The stoke is high.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, Martin. Such an incredible run there with his family around him, supporting him the whole day, his sisters and his mum and his father as well. Rock and roll.
Da gigante a gigante con le Corsini, Corsini con le.
And Franco Core, co-race director.
Andiamo con l'intervista ufficiale con Tania al traguardo. Passiamo alla musica. L'intervista con Simone Corsini, vincitore della 120. Lì sentite?
Allora, Simone, hai vinto sulle montagne di Franco Collet, che direi non è poco, giusto?
Assolutamente no, a casa di Franco è stato un piacere, un privilegio correre e onorare.
So you are here in the mountains of Franco Collet? Yes, yeah, it's an absolute privilege to be in these mountains.
Sei partito non proprio con il primo gruppo e dopo
So you
non
didn't
so, hai
actually
tenuto il
start
tuo
with
passo, loro
two leaders.
hanno rallentato un
There he
attimo
was,
perché dopo abbiamo visto che tu
in
piano
third place at
piano
the time.
sei risalito in cima
So
alla
you kind
classifica,
of took it
possiamo dire
easy,
così.
look after yourself.
E poi sempre lo stesso passo, sei rimasto lì un po' come un diesel, possiamo dire, no?
Sì, ho
So
avuto
you were
un
like
po' di
a
problemi
diesel
sulla
engine,
prima
taking
salita, le
it,
prime
starting
però
slow, but
quattro
then
sono state
keeping it going.
veramente, veramente dure. Ho pensato di non farcela, dopo quando è calato un po' il caldo ho iniziato a stare un po' meglio e sulla discesa verso Cervinia gli altri due ragazzi che erano con me hanno iniziato.
I think I understood right. He says like, I mean, it was really hard, but he said it was hot getting towards Cervinia.
Fino a qua.
Eccoti qua. Ma com'è andata la notte, vogliamo sapere?
La notte è andata
How's the
bene, ci stava molto bene dal punto di vista del caldo. Dopo la prima salita in cui ha fatto veramente tanto caldo, la notte è passata bene con una bella temperatura. Qualche problema.
He confirmed it. He said it was actually quite hot during the night, but everything was well, and the temperatures were good.
È iniziata una nuova giornata.
Cioè il sole ti ha portato
so he
l'energia,
kept
possiamo
eating
dire,
and he
no?
had a good day.
Assolutamente sì.
Grazie, Simone Corsini. So he was just saying was a great journey for me, winning on these mountains of Franco Collet. Was a hard one, especially at the beginning, because it was very hot out there in the very first hours of the evening. Then when I arrived up in Cervinia, I started to turn on the engines more and a little bit like a diesel, as I asked him, and he said, yes, I managed to keep my peace. I turned on my diesel engine, and here I am, the winner of Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB 2025.
Bueno, pues tenemos ya al primer corredor, al ganador en la prueba de 120 kilómetros, 16 horas, 41 minutos y 13 segundos.
So we've gone to a bit of a replay of Peter Engdahl going through the last aid station, still in the lead.
Martin, here we have some action. I think it's a second male and third male. William Boffelli.
And this is not Gianluca Giano like earlier. It was that man with the white t-shirt that we saw early on.
Quick cut there from the 50k race to the 100 mile. But Fabiola Conti almost matching the speed there of the 50k second male, moving super well in this terrain.
But I mean, you're right to point it out. Like she really she definitely shifted gear on that flatter, one more runnable section. So it means that she still has plenty left in the tank, and she's just managing her effort perfectly, looking after herself. And still moving with a purpose. It's also good. It means that she's looking after herself, fueling okay. You don't want to be bonking in that later stage because that would not be fun. So it's good. Experience is paying off in Fabiola Conti, even though she started out pretty aggressively, is still delivering at this point in a race, probably less than an hour away from the finish line, and we're pretty stoked about that. We do have a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
the trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Ça va très vite.
And there you go. We just picked up Peter Engdahl as well as the rain. Interesting. It was forecasted, but again, the race directors had anticipated that weather by changing the course, making sure that in the later stages, runners wouldn't have to go through a technical and dangerous part of the course. So the race distance remains the same, as well as the elevation, 43K, 3,200 meters of elevation gain, and still absolutely crushing on the downhill. Peter Engdahl, the actual winner of the 2022 CCC. Let's actually have a look at Peter's race. It was quite an emotional finish. He had raced that 100K, the CCC final, like you run a marathon. He was full throttle the entire time and was absolutely mind-blowing what he had been able to pull off. And look, the weather was actually quite similar to what it is today. Slightly overcast with bit of rain. And look at him go, like the stoke was super high and he was still able to run down and up the finishing chute. And the original plan was to go out hard with John Albin, who he trains with, and with the intention of blowing out the field, and then when they possibly could be both leading in first and second, then it would be a race between them two. But John Albin actually had managed to keep up with the pace, and it was a one-man show from then on, and Peter Engdahl never looked back. And so he's still, even though he's like now doing longer distances, he's still focusing on running shorter distances and keeping his speed that we can see right now. And I think that serves him well, because he was saying, you know, if you're an ultra runner, like all you do is run slow, and I just want to prove that I am not that kind of person, and that I can still pull off really fast races. That I will be able to like leverage the speed in my ultra races.
Man, look at his stride out here. This is unreal. It is.
Yeah, like
like he just hasn't changed since the first kilometers of this race. He's just been running like this, super committed to a hard and high intensity this whole time. He's just making sure that he keeps on that rivet and just like keeps pushing this pace.
Yeah, and as you said, like, he hasn't changed. He hasn't shown that he's getting tired or anything. He's just keeping at it. Still,
yeah,
like heels going up high.
Yeah, it's like clockwork. It's just like a perfect. Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. It is awesome, and you know he's done the 2 major climbs of the race so far. He's got a couple of small bumps and one wall to get up, but outside of that, Peter has a lot of running to go to get to the finish line, and no giant mountains in the way. That rain looks like it's pretty solid there, Martin. I wonder. You know, it's hard to tell exactly, but it really looks like there is a decent bit of rain around.
Yeah, it's starting to come down hard. You can see now the road is fully damp. But again, living in Romsdalen, I don't think he's too worried about anything slippery or wet. And you can see now he's coming down the last descent, and then from then on. Oh wait, hang on a sec. I think there might be another cheeky climb on that one. Yes, there is. Where's that? Take that back. 16. It's not gonna be much though. Oh, send it! Going from the flat road straight into that single track. And yeah, as much as our mountain biker was comfortable keeping up with Peter on the road, that's a bit of a different ball game here. And the transition okay, but hopefully it doesn't crash. And it looks like Fabiola is still a little bit ahead of the storm at this point.
Martin, I was going to say a little bit earlier on, it does not appear that Fabiola puts her hands through the pole straps. It just looks like she holds on to it and doesn't use the straps. This is something it appears that way, and I've seen her do it. I saw her do it at the very beginning of the race, and it looks like she really just goes without the straps with her poles.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that. I actually noticed it earlier and forgot to mention it. So yeah, she would just have like very strong hand grip.
And now
Oh, Mash, I think we've lost you. The audio.
Am I back? Can you hear me?
You are back. That's good.
Excellent.
I don't know who it was, but then he gave bit of an indication to Peter as per where he was. And I think Peter is going to beat the cable car up the hill.
Yes.
How hard is he's attacking that final kind of douche grade climb? So let's take a look at the rankings here. Yep. On that last section, he definitely increased his lead because it went from just under 3 minutes to now 6.5 minutes. Look at him go! Holy moly! Yeah, impressive. So it wasn't a fast start that like basically made him be out of his comfort zone. He was in control the entire way, never let go of the gas pedal, was still able to like push whether it was uphill, downhill, or in this section, like the kind of tricky technical weaving trail. And you can see he's making quick way of it. And so William Buffelli, even though like, I mean, world-class athlete, is now losing ground to Peter. And then, however, they were still together with Damiano Lenzi. And then they were a whole 10 minutes ahead of Gianluca Giano, who was with them at the top. But then by the time they got to Refugio Gabiet, he had lost, 10 minutes on third place, 10 minutes on the podium. So it looks like now the big fight in the men's race is going to be for second place between William Buffelli and Damiano Lenzi.
Martin, he is just having fun out there, isn't he? Like the ability for him to run like that and just not hold anything back. He just seems like he's running free. I know that might sound a little bit cheesy, but he really does look like he's just running as free as he can, and it's just something that he's absolutely enjoying. Like he's not letting anything slow him down at all.
No, and that's the thing. Like you think, okay, he's gonna have a fast start, and maybe he's gonna slow down a little bit. He's gonna test something, but no. Even though he doesn't even look like he's racing, he just looks like he's on a tempo run. He's going hard. I don't think he's overreaching at any point, and he's gonna be crossing the line, looking at his watch, stopping the watch, like, all right, job done. Fitness is here, and he's still able to carry on racing kind of the 30K to 40K distance. So here it's slightly over 40K. He's been racing 4 weekends in a row, and still, you know, building up upon that. So hopefully he's going to slow down after that, because we want to see him in absolute top form for the UTMB World Series final. And there we go. That's screaming. I thought it was somebody hit a wall or something. Nope. It is Depa welcoming. I think it's gonna be a second runner. Yes, second runner in the 100-mile.
Ivan Rastavec,
who would have not stopping chasing the entire time. It was the mustache versus the mullet.
The beard chasing the mustache. Ivan Rastavec from Slovakia coming in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome at the finish line. Come on, make some noise. Put your hands together.
Unreal.
We are at 17.
What's that, Martin? After 17 hours on trails, 8,300 meters of elevation gain. He looks like a happy man.
He
very happy
does.
man.
Stoked for him.
That's cool.
It's kind of a like almost in disbelief. It's like, oh wow, this is cool. I'm here. Super satisfied. What a race. Good man. I hope we have an interview with him.
That'd be cool. He's got some Ribena bottles in his pack. Just getting it done.
Totally old school. Loving it. Shorts as well.
Cool. He's got his boardies on.
Nice. I mean, the lake is right next door, so, you know, he came prepared.
l'attesa per il duello per il terzo posto, tra poco le interviste ufficiali, lo accogliamo ancora una volta, un applauso, un viaggio lungo 120 km, good job, finish line second place, Ivan Kastavic.
He gets the silver medal here on the 100-mile distance, congratulated by Kathleen Ponetti here on the line.
E qui le impressioni a caldo tra qualche istante con Ivan
I
Kastavic.
tell you what, as far as runs go, this would definitely be up there with Ivan's best performance on the trails.
Yes, we do have an interview. Great. Let's hear it.
So this is your second place at Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. It was a long night, it was a long journey. So please tell us what happened in the last 17 hours.
Actually, I started pretty slow pace. That's actually pretty wise. Then I gradually come, but I didn't know my position actually. I just heard up there that I was second, so I didn't even know. I was first or second or third or fifth, I didn't know.
So you know, Simone Corsini won this race in 16 hours 43 minutes. Now you're a little bit more than 17 hours, so it's 17 hours 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So you must be happy with this result.
Yeah, I'm more than happy. And we joked with friends before the race. They asked me what time I will. And I said, like in joke, 17 hours. And then I said 16:44 because it's a beautiful number, but it's 17.
Yeah, it's 17, but doesn't matter because anyway, you got the stones to go to the finals in Chamonix the next year. So congratulations. I hope you had a great race out there and you enjoyed the beautiful mountains here in Val d'Aosta.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, Ivan Hrastovic from Slovenia.
So, Tanya, do you...
That is awesome.
So good.
He was just easy start, pacing himself, and all of a sudden finds out in the last kilometers that he's second. That's gold.
Oh man, what a winner! Let's keep that man around. Let's keep him around. That's fantastic.
Yeah. And I don't know, like he had this peacefulness about him. It looks like he's lived several lives before.
Mm-hmm.
And so there it shows how big the gap was between the top two runners, about 20 minutes between first and second. And now there's quite a lot, because if I remember correctly, that was over 20 minutes ago that we saw Ivan Hrastovic go through this very section that we're seeing Daniele Calandri go through. So I'm just going to check very quickly. I got to refresh that because it can't be right. Oh, wow. Yes, it is correct. Daniele Calandri on your screen still hasn't gone through the Refugio al Penzu. And then we'll have another 3.5Ks to the finish. So we're probably talking close to an hour, 50 minutes. And he's going to have to keep pushing because Fabiola Conti is just another 9 minutes back. So she was anticipating to pass Daniele. So it looks like Daniele had a second wind and picked up the pace a little bit. But she's going to have to... I mean, he's going to have to, like, keep the pressure on because Fabiola is not going to slow down. Checking in with the studio because we're showing 39.5 kilometers for the race, but we were told that the distance was going to remain the same, meaning it was supposed to be 43 and 3,200 meters of elevation gain. So I don't know. I hope we haven't been giving you the wrong information.
Yeah, it does seem like there is a little bit of miscommunication there, almost that that it's a bit more like 39 kilometers, Martin. But
Bravo.
And here we have Peter Engdahl back on the screen there, Martin. He is just continuously looking at his watch. I would love to know what he is tracking as he moves the way he's moving right now, because he's just consistently been looking at his watch the whole time. Could it be pace? Could it be heart rate? Would it be power? I don't know. But he's just non-stop looking at it. It appears that he is now about 8.8 kilometers from the finish already, after just dropping 3 hours and 11 minutes in to this race so far, moving like he did at the very beginning. Maybe he's testing his lactate, who knows, man, but he's just non-stop looking at his watch.
He might cross the line and jump on a treadmill too. Yeah, indeed.
Glucose.
Further tests. I mean, he is focused. Like, he's not having a jog. Like, he's certainly pushing the pace, but I don't know if he's been told by now that he had increased his lead, almost doubled his lead on William Buffelli in second place. But he's definitely making a statement today.
two very common images of our day, Martin. Fabiola Conti still just moving along this trail, getting it done here. And Peter Engdahl was on the split screen just a moment ago, but Fabiola is comfortably in the lead here. If she can just move, she could probably slow it down and just kind of stroll it in, but she is looking like she's going to have this in the absolute bag. 4th overall, very convincing in what she's undertaking here. So this is a pretty incredible to see. She's still a little way away from El Penzu, apparently about 25 minutes till she gets to the next timing point, and then the race continues. Chasing down Daniela Calandri of Italy for 3rd place overall.
As you pointed out, like, she is absolutely crushing it. 4th place overall. But then if we look in the women's category, like, she took no prisoner. Like, the next person down, which is Lisa Borzani, like, she's 2 aid stations ahead, over 2 hours and 15 minutes ahead, and that's over 8 kilometers between 1st and 2nd. It's just 2 different races, and we pointed this out at the start. Like, Fabiola Conti is in the 700 UTMB index, and the next woman down, Lisa Borzani, is 674. So there was over 100 points difference between first and the next woman down. So we had anticipated Fabiola to be ahead of her competition, but definitely not to that extent. So she'll be able to, cross the line, have a shower, have a beer, make the dough for the pizza, let it sit, make the pizza, eat the pizza, come back to the finish line and say, hey, congratulations, Lisa, you were 2nd.
Yeah, it does look like that is going to be the case. And then another hour back from our 2nd place female, Lisa Borzani, Marta Vigano is 1 hour approximately behind, sitting in 3rd place female. So we will see what happens.
Oh wow, yeah, you're
Italian,
right.
Italian.
It looks like the anticipated time is also increasing, because right now there's 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and it's anticipated to grow to 50 minutes. So it looks like Lisa is pulling away, or Marta is actually falling back. Oh, but look, no, Evan Blanchard from France. She's Annecy Athlétisme in the Alps, and she's expected to be in Sitten is in 2:05 minutes, while Marta, currently in 3rd, is expected in 2:22. So we could be seeing a change of position for the 3rd place of the podium, while Fabiola is dodging shepherd dogs. Yes. Peter Engdahl still pushing the pace in the lead. We're having a good crack at how this race is unfolding, and pretty much Peter killed the race right from the beginning. So that's not much fun. You could at least hang out with your friends and then put a hard push at the end, so keep us entertained. But nope, it wasn't going to be like this. Peter took the lead, and he's most likely going to take the win, and we'll see that very shortly after this break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, folks, we are back here. Martina Mlancek coming in first female here in the 50k category, looking incredibly smooth. Up high in the clouds, the rain looks like it has ceased, and that is a good sign. But Martina putting on a show here, very similar to the lead of the men's race, clearly out in front. At the last timing point, she was a good 2 minutes 40 seconds up on the second place female. So Martina Mlancek here, first place female in the 50k. Looking very smooth, looking cool, calm and collected. Oh, almost going off course there. Thank you to the cameraman for giving a little shout out there. That was a close one. Getting a little bit confused by the main access road and the trail, and just getting sucked into the downhill on that one. Heading into this aid station right now. This will be the Refugio Gaviet, and she'll be heading in there very. Oh yeah, she passed through. And some help there with some additional water. She is moving. Right, and out. That's good. Martin.
That was a pretty swift transition here, and I mean, there's not that much in between aid stations, because yeah, it was just one flask, got the energy drink in it with the support of the volunteer, and off she goes again.
Cruising at a 2,365 meter elevation there. Martin's pretty solid.
Yeah.
It's nice and high.
And see, no second is spared. Like, she's taken the gel after she's gone through the aid station. Sometimes you take it before so you can throw the trash out as you get to the aid station. She chose to focus on refueling and then it right after it. But yeah, she didn't waste a single second here. And look at Peter Engdahl. She's still running on that what looks like literally a wall with rocks on it, and still striding it out. What a weapon!
He needs to just bring a rope next time and climb that thing.
And our cam runner even said back to the studio, he's like, wow, this is really impressive. He's literally running everything.
Just putting it down. Got nothing to lose. Nothing to lose, Petter. So he's just going to try and make the most of this opportunity to push himself and see what he can really produce out here. Like this just tells him what he is capable of, and there's only one way to find that out, and that's just by pushing the limit on himself.
Yeah, and also, like, for everybody else watching, this is a bit of a statement. It's like, hey guys, I'm going to race you at the end of August. You better watch out, because Daddy's fit.
Yeah, it's been decades since Petter Engdahl's heels have hit the ground. It's been decades. Cut the heel of that shoe off. There is no need for it. Petter Engdahl is just dancing his way, tiptoeing his way up these mountains.
And so we also got the confirmation from the studio that, you know, what was on your screen indicating a 39.5 kilometer race is not accurate, and it is indeed still official distance 43k, 3,200 meters of elevation gain. So we're getting closer in distance to a Mont Blanc marathon with far more elevation gain. And I think Petter was a bit under par about a month ago, but he has definitely cranked up his level one notch. And look at this, 800 meters between first and second. And that we need to take into account that Petter has started climbing for a while damn it, I've lost his name.
William.
Thank you. No, it's not William. No, it's not William. It's Damiano. Damiano Lenzi. William had the red Kailas pack, so Damiano has pulled away from William Buffelli. Yeah, and so you see, it's 800 meters, but Petter has gone through this whole climbing section. So very shortly, in 5 or 6 minutes, if we recalculate that distance, it's gonna go over a K. And here, as much as, you know, Damiano is pushing the pace and he managed to shake off William Buffelli, this is a completely different style. Like, there, Petter was running every step of the way. What is interesting is that, I mean, Damiano Lenzi here is in a big climb and he's not pulling away the poles. He's not using them. even though that's going to be a steep section for a while. I don't know if because the single track is a bit too narrow, or you have to kind of contour quite a lot of rocks and stones. I don't know.
Yeah, he's definitely still just like getting on with the running too, like making sure that he can run almost every step.
Yeah. So as much as we're a bit less familiar with Damiano Lenzi, he's had some pretty good results, and recently ran the 50K the 50K category at the Restonica Trail by UTMB in Corsica, and this is another very, very hard technical race, and he was second in there. But then he's done some sky races where he's scored extremely high, like the Valistura sky race, 25K, 2100 meters of climbing, and he scored a 922 UTMB score, which, you know, is definitely up there. And there we go.
Yeah, that's a huge score. Huge score.
Peter Engdahl being chased by our cam runner, getting closer and closer to the finish line. And so again, talking about gaps in the 50K between the leaders and the rest of the field, Martina Mwenarczyk went through Refugio Gabiet in 3 hours 22 elapsed, and that was 10 minutes ago. And Julian Rösler from Germany is expected to get there in 7 minutes, so that would be over 17 minutes now. Gap between first and second in the 50K in the women's race. So Martina Mwenarczyk did not slow down at all, and even though Julian Rösler did put on a bit of a surge earlier and had like shortened that gap, it is now 17 minutes.
Attention.
Oh, good hands in
Here
there.
he is.
William Boffelli coming in third here, third male. Uy.
Yeah, and he's also choosing not to use the poles and instead using his hands whenever he gets steep, holding onto the rocks. There's not much between second and third still. They were together, so Damiano has... oh no, right there, look at that.
Oh, that is a good view. It's hot, it's on.
Oh, it's on, and the fight is going to last until the last meters, because I know none of them is going to be wanting to give up. So William is doing what he can to keep up with Damiano. Damiano pulled away slightly, but he's still in sight, which is going to keep William hungry. All the way until the end. If I remember correctly, Damiano had legs, had wheels on the more runnable section. So I have the feeling that if William is wanting to close that gap, he's going to have to do it on that technical section or in a downhill before they get to the valley floor, because possibly at that point, this is where Damiano could pull away.
Here we have just such a contrast, Martin, compared to Peter Engdahl running like every step of this section. And we have William Boffelli really hiking and doing a great job of that. But it's just such a different cadence, really, isn't it? It's hard to know like if he was really moving that much slower than Petter, but it's just a whole different way of navigating that terrain, isn't it?
It is indeed. It really looks like Petter is on another planet today. And look at this, listen to that. The crowds are ecstatic, welcoming Fabiola, and she gave nothing, she didn't even stop. Oh, that would have been a disappointment. You're like, oh, there's the first lady, let's help her out, and she goes.
Yeah.
But
wow,
she knows what she's doing. She's 3.5 Ks to the finish.
That's incredible. She just didn't need anything.
Nope.
Which I guess is fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, I mean, she only has 2 hours and 20 minutes on second place, so she's got to move.
It's true. It's very true.
All right, there we go. Back in the 50K in a men's race, and the big battle between Damiano Lenzi and William Boffelli for second place. There really isn't much between these two gentlemen.
Oh, we're back with the flying Swedish man. Whoa, he's just gapping those rocks too. That is, he's just not holding back at all.
And you can just see how smooth and comfortable he is.
Watch check number 296 for the day.
Yeah, and we were speculating whether he was looking at the pace or looking at the heart rate. I actually don't know what kind of watch model he's using. It could give us an indication of where he could be putting in his watch. Martina Mrnacik on the descent, going full relax, shoulders down, keeping her hands like shaking out her arms just to relax at maximum. Eye on the watch. Team, this is an absolute masterclass right there. I wish we had the pace right now, because this is pretty fast. She's moving. Yeah, see, it's good to get a comparison now. that gentleman is in Martina's race, and he just got dropped like a hot potato. Here we go, we do have the pace, and this is shy of 17K an hour, and she doesn't even look like she's working hard. She's just trying it out, taking advantage of that descent, and now back onto the flat, maybe a bit of a climb, so that's dropping a bit.
Yeah, she's very much in control of this situation. I think carrying over some of that fitness from a huge training block leading into Western States, you know, a lot of probably downhill preparation as well. So this is just bread and butter right now.
Yeah, she's just reeling in those men like if they were standing still. It reminds me of Yao Miao in, I think it was 2018 CCC, when she was coming down from Grand Col Ferret down to Fouilly on that downhill section, and she was passing the mans. Wow. They were just seeing her go past them, and they were like, what just happened? You could see the surprise on their faces when she was flying by them.
Yeah, it's amazing to have that kind of confidence on the downhill and just kind of run free. It's an amazing opportunity to put in time on your competitors, and also, you know, there's a question there about the impact that you have when you run a little bit more relaxed and a little bit more free versus trying to, you know, break or control that stride a little bit more. So I think it's a question of balancing that stride, feeling comfortable, not overreaching, but also not running unnaturally where you're braking and putting a lot of pressure on your quads.
Yeah. Who do we get there? Second and third. So yes, there is, I think it's increasing on those runnable sections now. Damiano Lenzi pulling away a little bit from William. Yeah, maybe Damiano didn't wait for the valley floor to crank up his effort and try to kind of make a bit of a statement, let's say. Peter Engdahl getting through the last aid station, Maj. Is he going to stop?
Ooh, water. He's going for water.
And you know, there's the aid station water and there's the official mountain water. And look at this. He just took it, just had a big sip from his flask, and he was gone.
Now, Peter Engdahl is definitely going to be passing Fabiola Conti as he streams all the way to the finish here.
Yep, there is indeed going to be a pass. All right, in the chat, give us your bets. How much time until Peter Engdahl, leading the 50K, will pass our lead woman in the 100-mile, Fabiola Conti? Hit it. Give us your numbers. There is absolutely nothing to win. So Martina stretching it out, just like where we saw Peter Engdahl. Is going to be a hard right-hand turn into the trail. Let's see if she gets... Oh yeah, no, easy. We can see that, yeah, the trail is it's a bit wet, so in the grass or that kind of stuff, it might get a bit more slippery, but it doesn't seem to bother Martina one bit.
Juste pour vous informer.
God, Peter looks so at home here navigating this kind of terrain. Just not like flinching at all.
Don't overshoot it.
Beautiful.
All right, team, quick break and we'll be right back.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
There we go, we're back with our women's leader in the 50K, Martina Młynarczyk, and she is now on the way to the last climb of her course. Kind of a gradual climb where we saw the men's battling it out just earlier. While Petter Engdahl is way out in the lead. Damiano Lenzi is in second place, but chased pretty hard by William Boffelli. These two gentlemen were together, and it looks like Damiano Lenzi really pulled away slightly. So we'll see if that was the ultimate move that helped him secure second place, or if William is going to be able to respond to this attack and still fight hard for second place. Fabiola Conti, leading the 100-mile category, is now on the road, which means she is actually getting pretty close to the finish. She's gonna have that kind of little climb, but I'm saying probably 10 minutes away from the finish. So if we predicted Petter Engdahl making a pass, he's gonna have to crank it. He's gonna have to crank it for sure. She's 2.3 Ks away. Daniele Calandri, third man in this 100-mile, and it tells you again the incredible performance of both Simone Corsini and Ivan Rastovec, who were respectively first and second in this 100-mile, and have now been across the line for quite a while. Simone Corsini crossed the line at 11:41 a.m. and Ivan crossed the line at 12:03, and it is now 12:48, and Daniele is still 10 minutes away from the finish line. So yeah.
Yeah, it's estimated that he's about 5 minutes off the finish here, with Fabiola Conti about 12 minutes. So pretty close, Martin. But as you say, that's 45 minutes back. Currently off second place, and then about over an hour from first place at the moment. But still, he's got the job done, and he's getting it done. I don't think he'll be challenged, and this is our first place male of the 50K, Petter Engdahl, still putting in stride. Oh, and is this? No. He's getting closer and closer to Fabiola Conti, who's leading the women's race, as we just saw before. And you mentioned, Martin, if there is going to be a pass, it's going to be tight. It's going to be so tight.
It's going to happen. This is where we saw Fabiola just earlier. He probably had 3 minutes on him, but considering there's over 2 Ks and the way the bus is struggling to pass Petter Engdahl.
Yeah, Petter Engdahl just in a world of his own today. Absolute world of his own. Daniele Calandri, third male here. He's been going for 17 hours, 49 minutes, covering well over 8,300 meters of elevation. In these final kilometers, he's just ticking it over, getting it done. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy to see the finish line on this one, Martin.
Yeah, I really have the feeling that he ran scared, because to hold on to third place overall, he really had to like hammer it. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have a visual, but I guarantee you that Maël is not in the bathroom, but pouring water over into some sort of container, just to you know, stop right there the imagination of our audience. But yeah, Daniele was chased pretty hard by Fabiola, and there's only going to be somewhere around 6 minutes between these two. Fabiola leading the women's race by a whole world, and creeping up, but she'll fall short of the overall podium on this Sentier des Val d'Autun, the 100-mile category here at the Val d'Aoste.
She had a quick glimpse at her watch there, Martin, and I wonder if she's got an eye on the 18-hour mark, whether she's trying to close it out before the 18 hours ticks by.
That's a good question, yeah.
Having a look over her shoulder there, I don't think she has to worry about any females overtaking her at this point, but Petter Engdahl is definitely chasing her down, which means it's a perfect time to play and win, Martin, and scan this QR code popping up on the right-hand side of the screen.
Do it. Do it.
Throw your name down, throw your email down, win some HOKA swag, some buff swag, some knack goodness, and also you can register for your favorite event that you would want to participate in. You can get a bib for it, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, you basically like you enter your details, and then you can select amongst all the races that are available, meaning that there's no qualification or lottery. You select which distance you'd like to race, and boom, just like that, done. You are into the lottery, and who knows, you might be one of the lucky winners.
Got to be in it to win it, Martin. Got to be in it to win it.
That is right. I think at some point we're going to end up transitioning to Daniele Calandri, because he's got to get close to the finish now. And I think we have a mountain biker coming behind Fabiola Conti. So yeah, there we go. I think it's Petter Engdahl finally catching up. And she's like, what is going on? It's like, I don't get passed by anyone. No, don't worry, darling. This is not in your race. Oh man, there's a lot of action going on. So we would have missed the pass, not by much, of Petter Engdahl over Fabiola Conti. Two different distances, two different genders, and same final stretch towards the finish line in Gressone Saint-Jean. Petter Engdahl still staring at his watch. He must have a lot going on in there.
Man, he is in good form. He's really just ran this thing looking like a tempo run, and he is just putting it to the sword, isn't he?
Indeed.
Per un gigantesco, fantastico, emozionatissimo, immagino, Daniele Calandri.
Oh wow, so there's still not much emotion on Daniele's face. He's like focused, eyes on the prize. It'll be interesting to see what happened to his chin, because he was getting fixed with band-aids at some point at the aid station. And he's been brought home by the one and only Silvano Gabin.
Poor Daniele, beaten up and bruised and bloody. What a way to finish a 100-miler. Look at his knees, look at his chin, look at his shirt. He is absolutely cut up, man. Daniele Calandri, congratulations. That is one way to finish looking like a warrior. Far out.
And it is good to see him break into a smile. I was a bit worried to see him finish. But yeah, he took a fall. He was showing his hands.
Piccola caduta per Daniele Calandri nel suo finale. Un valdostano che da tanti anni scrive questo podio, quest'oggi era oltre ogni sogno. L'applauso da piazza con fianco con le...
Get that man to the medical tent, give him a clean up. Oh, here's the pass, Peter Engdahl on Fabiola Conti. Peter just doing what he's doing out there.
Yeah, and again, Fabiola having the awareness of, you know, okay, what's going on? Somebody's coming behind me. I look up, there's a mountain bike. Move to the side. Yeah, really well done.
Lasciamo un attimo in banca Daniele Calandri, diciamo così perché abbiamo il primo della Walserwaeg e la prima donna noi sul traguardo, Daniele essere con noi, goli di questo momento, un buon eccezionale per Daniele Calandri.
And they're getting ready for Peter, I think.
Yeah, they better be ready.
Potremmo essere la volta, chiedo dello svedese Peter Engdahl, già prima a Chamonix nel 2022 e poi appena dopo.
He's pretty calm and composed. I think he must have worked pretty hard, Daniele, to make it to the finish line and secure that third spot. Very different finish to what we saw with our previous finisher Ivan Raštović from Slovenia, who was really like all smiles and like genuinely stoked. Looks like, okay, business as usual, I've done it, cool. And then Franco is concerned and says, oh, you know what, Daniele, how about we take care of you, let us stitch you up if that is needed. Oh, that was a bit of a wide turn here, but well negotiated. He just stepped on those rocks like it was nothing. Imagine that. He's gonna be close to 4 hours to complete the 43 Ks with 3,200 meters of climbing. That is insane. Absolutely insane. And actually, he's got 2.5 minutes to do 500 meters. I think this is gonna be a sub 4 hour. They better set this line on fire, ladies and gentlemen, because he is coming in hot. And look at him strutting it out. He wants to give everything. He would have watched his watch enough to know that he can break the 4 hour mark. Look at him go. Ladies and gentlemen, your soon-to-be champion, winner of the 2025 Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB 50K. He gave no chance to his competition. One more look at the watch.
Man, Peter has just run against himself and his watch this whole race. Unreal.
He did dig deep. Look at him, like he's still not breaking into a smile. He wants to push all the way through to the finish. He will be chasing the highest possible UTMB score. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, coming in the finishing chute. About to wrap up his 43K, the Walserwaeg Trail, the one and only Peter Engdahl. Absolute weapon.
Increíble, menos de 4 horas en la distancia de maratón, otra galaxia.
3 hours, 58 minutes and 43 seconds for Peter Engdahl, representing Sweden.
that really feels like his previous win at CCC. Just going hard, being above the rest of the field from end to end. Damn.
Oh, we can hear the finish line as Fabiola starts to make her way closer and closer. She's not gonna get under that 18 hours, but holy moly, 4th place overall, first woman. What an incredible run by her.
Yeah, it doesn't always come to fruition, but whenever Fabiola Conti pulls off a good day, man, it is stunning.
And it looks like she's just stepped up her own tempo as well here, Martin. Like,
yep,
definitely picked up the pace, definitely making it a strong finish here. It's going to be good to see her crack a smile as she goes over this finish line. I really hope that we get to see that.
Yeah,
it's been pretty serious.
She's getting it done all the way through to the finish.
Another first place in the 100-mile category for the Italians on home soil.
Yeah, and the battle will still be raging in the men's 50K for 2nd and 3rd, so we'll keep an eye on this. But for now, finally, as you were saying, I think this is a smile on Fabiola's face that we can start seeing forming as she's entering the finishing chute. 18 hours elapsed for this 122 kilometers with 8,400 meters of climbing. Started in Aosta last night at 7 p.m. and 4th overall winner in the women's category, Fabiola Conti, is in the house.
This is your queen in Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB 122K. More than 8,300 meters of positive gain. She managed to stop the clock after 18 hours, 2 minutes and 1 second. Fabiola Conti.
And not to take anything away from Fabiola Conti, but we have on the left side of your screen still a battle for 2nd and 3rd. William Boffelli has closed the gap, ladies and gentlemen. He has closed the gap. Damiano Lenzi now is trying to hold on. Is he going to be able to respond and put another surge to pull away? We are in for a hell of a fight.
Man, when is he going to make a move? Because he's going to need to do it pretty soon. This is tight single track all the way, Martin. Like, you could just get boxed into that 3rd place and not be able to move around it. So this is like, he's going to have to consciously get some elbows out and make his way around our 2nd place if he wants it. But geez, man, it's going to be tight.
Oh, I was going to say something that just can't be said on the live.
Yeah. So, Martin, this is Damiano Lenzi and William Boffelli, 2nd and 3rd currently. Look, that gap has just increased again, just a bit there. Whew.
Yeah. Damiano is seemingly putting on another surge. He's looking back. He knows this is close. And as you were saying, it depends on what the best option is at this point, where you wait literally until the finish line when it gets a bit wider.
Jag är bra. Jag hoppas du är bra. We're gonna switch which it's better for everyone. So actually, you smashed the course. So under 4 hours, it's 3 hours 58. Did you expect this?
I was, with this change of course, I was thinking maybe under 4 hours is possible, but no, I felt very good today. I made it hard for myself. I went out in, I think, a little bit too fast pace maybe from the start, but and at the first of the at the first climb, I was like, oh, I need to keep this pace. That would be very, very hard. I made myself suffer a lot, but no, I'm actually super duper happy at the moment. It's been 2 really tough years with a lot of problem with my lungs, lung infection, and had 6 weeks of antibiotics during the last half year. So it felt it was pretty emotional coming into this finish line and feel like I'm finally on my way back. So
We can say you're back in business.
yeah, on my way, yes.
No, definitely you're back in business. So congratulations once again. Peter Engdahl is back in business. He demonstrated first place in this 50K. It's going to be Chamonix qualifying, you know that.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to go to Chamonix in a month, and I will do UCC this year. I made a decision to step down from UTMB to focus on shorter races this year. It felt like a good decision, and then we'll see what I do next year. So.
Okay, so congratulations. See you in Chamonix.
See you there.
Thank you so much, Peter Engdahl.
Peter Engdahl è contento di essere tornato.
Well, it's good to hear him admit that he went out extremely hard and that he was suffering, even though we couldn't actually really see that. And Damiano Lenzi is actually pulling away once again from William Buffelli. Is he going to be the move that he needed to do to make a final, put a final dent into William Buffelli's spirits and tell him that he is stronger and there's not going to be a sprint finish? Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
Oof. It just seems like that gap's already closing, as you mentioned it, Martin. They were right. He was right on his heels, and then Damiano put in a surge, and now it looks like it might be done.
Quarta assoluta. Non partiamo di gara femminile, la quarta assoluta.
And we have now the interview of Fabiola Conti.
Ho cercato di fare la mia gara, non ho guardato gli uomini sinceramente, perché comunque hanno un altro passo. Dura, non credevo fosse così dura, anche se Franco me l'aveva detto ieri sera. Bella gara, posti che non avevo mai visto, e fortunatamente sono passata sotto il Cervino con il sole e anche nel vallone delle Cime Bianche, quindi mi è andata anche di fortuna. Ringrazio tutta l'organizzazione, perché io non ho mai visto un percorso così ben segnalato in vita mia, e anche così tanta gente in tutti i paesini e in tutti i ristori.
Diciamo che te l'ha detto un po' tardi che sarà molto dura, cioè ieri sera non potevi cambiare idea ormai.
No, perché non avevo fatto in tempo a fare le ricognizioni, allora ho chiesto un po' com'era e l'unica risposta è stata un po' dura.
È stata un po' dura e dicevi che non guardi la gara degli uomini, però comunque quarto posto assoluto, diciamo, non è banale, soprattutto per una donna.
No, in effetti no, non so quanto hanno fatto i primi uomini.
16:43 se non sbaglio.
Tanta roba.
Beh, tanta roba, ma mica poco tu, dai, diciamo. Siamo a 18:02.
Ok. No, beh, comunque sono contenta della mia gara, a parte qualche piccola caduta notturna, però ci può stare.
Comunque hai fatto, possiamo dire, la gara della tua vita per adesso, perché quarta assoluta, non so quante volte una gara così lunga ti fosse capitato.
Anche al Tor dretto ero arrivata quarta assoluta. Beh, però più o meno si eguagliano come distanza, dislivello. No, il Tor dretto, non il Tor. Quindi... Ma me ne sento un po' nelle corde queste gare. Non tanto per la lunghezza, quanto per il dislivello faticoso.
Bene, comunque, grazie Fabiola Conti, la vostra regina dei 120 chilometri.
There we go. He can hear the finish line, looking over his shoulder. Will William Buffelli put on a final surge to try and close the gap 700 meters from the finish line?
Man, he is keeping a close eye on that gap. But this is going to be a sharp... Oh, it's so close. This is going to be a sharp left-hand turn.
I mean, they're getting so close to the finish line. Yeah, like William needs to kick in now if he can, or if he's wanting to have a crack at it. But nah. Far out, it's gonna be close.
Pelli di fuga, corsono, fa grande differenza. L'Italia scende con Diego gigantesco, Peter Engdahl.
He's teasing him.
L'impressione che arrivino assieme,
How bold. Imagine you cramping there. You want a bit of a safety blanket.
Yeah, he's just strolling in there.
What? Look at this. He actually is waiting for him.
It looks like it, yeah.
He is. Yeah, and Will. Two Italian runners coming across the line with a huge respect for one another. Damiano was waiting for William, and Will, as they crossed the line, still pushed him ahead just to make sure that Damiano was going to come in second. That's sportsmanship right there. Loving it. Damiano is after some water.
Possiamo anche chiamare il podio a questo punto al traguardo con il podio qui nella zona del traguardo. Un gigantesco applauso.
Yeah, you've got to wonder.
Yep, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, Martin, you got to wonder what their relationship is, you know, and how much they've raced together and what they know about each other. Because I don't know, that was an incredible show of sportsmanship for Damiano to just wait like that and stroll over the line with him.
Yeah, and also, to be fair, the trust that he did put in him, because William could have come in with momentum and just smoke him on the line. So he knew that, like, William wouldn't be doing that. So you're right, like, these two gentlemen certainly know each other. And there you go, your top three in the Walserwaeg trail, 43K, 3,200 meters of gain. Peter Engdahl takes the win, followed by Damiano Lenzi and William Buffelli.
Qualche istante poi l'intervista Italia con William Buffelli e con Damiano Lenzi. Ci vediamo noi nella zona interviste con Damiano e con William.
And we're gonna have a quick interview with Damiano and possibly Will as well. Silvano carrying on the interview.
Tu hai vinto tutto e di più, un Damiano Lenzi eccezionale, una seconda, terza piazza assieme ad un grande amico. È stato un viaggio, che viaggio è stato, ce lo racconti Damiano Lenzi?
Ma innanzitutto gareggiare sotto il Monte Rosa mi dà sempre grande energia perché è la mia montagna. E niente, oggi direi che ho provato a tenere Engdahl, ma veramente aveva un ritmo altissimo, e poi sulla prima discesa ho messo male una caviglia e appoggiavo male il piede, difatti sul finale mi è venuto un po' male al ginocchio. Sull'ultima discesa io e Willy eravamo assieme e quindi abbiamo deciso di risparmiare un po' di gambe per le prossime gare e di arrivare assieme. sono contento per la mia prestazione perché penso che oggi Engdahl era imbattibile. È stata una bella gara.
He said like the fight with Petter was not possible. He's super happy with his performance because there was no catching Petter. And he said like he draw a lot of strength from the mountains in this area.
Poi una pausa per te, ma pausa molto corta. Alleni i giovani dello sci alpinismo con ottimi riscontri, ma a questo punto obiettivi i prossimi per te. Parliamo di agonismo, Damiano Lenzi.
Ma diciamo che sì, 3 anni fa avevo smesso perché effettivamente non è facile sempre stare a livelli alti e io sono uno che pretende veramente tantissimo da me stesso, quindi se non sono al 100% al di là del risultato proprio non riesco, e se non hai le motivazioni, quindi ho avuto un po' una crisi, mi sono fermato, ho iniziato a lavorare con i giovani. Dall'anno scorso devo dire che mi hanno dato una nuova energia. E d'inverno non posso più gareggiare perché ovviamente adesso il mio compito è un altro. Però d'estate diciamo che ho sempre tenuto la corsa, è stato forse il mio primo amore, nel senso le Sky eccetera eccetera. Poi le avevo un po' abbandonate perché fare la stagione estiva a piedi e poi quella invernale con gli sci per me era troppo. Adesso invece posso divertirmi e eccomi qua.
Prossimo obiettivo per te, di corsa ovviamente?
Ma adesso l'obiettivo grosso è la Sierzinal, che ho già iniziato un po' a preparare.
His main goal for the summer is Sierzinal.
Non è che si possa avere troppe ambizioni di piazzamento, però ho in testa il mio time. E poi sono riuscito a iscrivermi all'OCC, visto che ho preso il jolly alla Restonica, e l'anno scorso praticamente
So yeah, when we were talking about his second place at Restonica,
e quindi mi hanno concesso questa opportunità, quindi Sierzinal e poi OCC. E poi vediamo, mi sa che può anche bastare per quest'anno.
Damiano Lenzi, andiamo con William Boffelli. Allora, Willy Boffelli, valdostano d'adozione a tutti gli effetti, un po' di Coca-Cola nel caso per William Boffelli. Allora, William, che dire, gara bellissima, tiratissima, per te un podio importante, sei legatissimo ovviamente a questa competizione, a Franco Collet, che è un po' insomma il tuo migliore amico nel quotidiano. Le tue impressioni al traguardo, les impressions de Boffelli all'arrivée?
Ma sì, ero emozionato oggi a correre qua perché è un po' la creatura di Franchino, che è il mio grande amico, questa gara, quindi ci tenevo a far bene, mi sarebbe anche piaciuto.
Franchino quello vecchio?
No, è un giovinastro, e quindi niente, ci tenevo veramente a far bene. E che dire, ci ho provato, ma oggi Peter Engdahl aveva una marcia in più, penso che l'abbiamo visto subito dalla prima salita perché ha fatto subito il buco. Poi sapevo che la prima parte era più alta a me e la seconda invece era tanto da correre, l'ho corsa tutta lì, ho fatto un po' fatica, ho dovuto sempre stringere i denti. Fortuna che veramente c'era Damiano e così in due è passata un po' più velocemente la gara, ci siamo un po' tirati il collo a vicenda, un po' io un po' davanti lui, un po' io un po' lui, e alla fine abbiamo deciso anche di arrivare insieme, abbiamo fatto tutta la gara insieme, anche se probabilmente qua in volata sicuramente uno sprinter come lui mi avrebbe battuto 100 volte su 100.
Grazie, un applauso per l'accoppiata Damiano Lenzi, William Boffelli. E intanto abbiamo verso il traguardo anche l'imminente arrivo per Arnaud Lejeune, le Français qui s'annoncent.
And there you go, French runner Arnaud Lejeune coming into 5th place in the 100-mile category. And 4th place in the men's race. Arnaud Lejeune, again, we were telling you, a veteran in the ultra running field. He's been on the trails for well over 15 years. Multiple top 10 at UTMB over 10 years ago, and still out there doing what he loves.
Mesdames et messieurs, je tiens pas à savoir puisqu'il a des interviews officielles, mais on va applaudir la 4e place de Arnaud Lejeune. Arnaud Lejeune, un grand champion de longue distance. Je me souviens déjà, si je sais, c'était 2010 par là. Les années qui passent, mais toujours de très très haut niveau. Arnaud Lejeune, jeune dans l'âme.
And we're back with our women's leader, 4:20 elapsed. It's a good time of the day or the night, wherever you are. And 50K, Martina Młynaczyk in the last climb, transitioning between running and power hiking. She had made the decision not to take poles. And we'll see how that plays out, but she is well into her way to winning the race. So we'll see after the break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Martina Młynaczyk coming in here, Martin. I tell you what, it is estimated that she is still a little way off that finish line, needing to get to the Refugio Alpenzoo, and once she is there, she will be making her way through the final 3.5 kilometers to the finish. So one more checkpoint to go. Estimated to run through there in approximately 19 minutes still. So there's a bit of a ways.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh. Look, she's done her ankle. Oh.
Yep, twisted it.
Damn.
Just under 6Ks to go, but it looks like she shook it out.
Oof.
Might have a bit of a replay at some point.
Oh, no. Oh, looks like she's running it out for sure, but oh. That was a stinger.
Yeah, and can't quite pinpoint where that happened.
Oof, yeah, she's definitely limping on that. That is not comfortable.
Oh, yep. That was I was on the route.
Did you go back and see the replay of that, Martin? Did you catch it?
I sure did.
Oosh. Oh man. God, I know what it's like to run on an ankle like that, and that does not feel comfortable. That sucks.
Yeah. But I mean, she's still moving, so as much as it would have been painful, it's not like a case of broken ankle.
Yeah, absolutely. Still moving. Still moving. There, we've got a great visual there, Martin. You can see the finish line on the map to the left-hand side. Refugio Alpenzu, which would be the next timing point for Martina, and then she has a big descent down into the finishing valley and the finish line.
Elle a encore un très très bon rythme. Hein. Ok, là on monte encore un petit peu.
And she's still pushing the pace nonetheless. So, like, I mean, you have experience with that mesh. So how does that work? Like, you could actually do your ankle and still run on it?
You gotta, yeah, sometimes it feels better just keeping it moving. You know, you just keep it moving. You don't let it seize up. You just kind of keep putting it through that range of motion. It almost kind of feels better, or it leaves the pain. If you stop and you sit and you let it swell, and yeah, it's almost more painful. So it's yeah, you just kind of run it off is what we say. You just try to run it off, and who really knows if it's the right thing to do, but it certainly in the moment kind of helps a little bit.
Yeah, 5K, I see.
Getting some beta off the cameraman there.
After the downhill, you have 2.5K.
Yeah, it will take more for Martina Mwenarczyk to give up the lead and the soon-to-be win on this 50K. She came in with a purpose, had a very aggressive start, and was a whole other level above her competition.
Coincidimos con él en carreras como acantilados del norte.
Oh! It looks like we also gonna have two runners finishing hand in hand. We got Gianluca Giano.
Entrando en segunda posición, joven, muy joven, Gianluca Giano. Bravo por Gianluca, bravo Gianluca, bravo anche et bravo aussi pour Lucien Marmignon. Il sent qu'il arrive.
There we go, Frenchman Lucien.
Lucien Marmignon et Gianluca Giano.
Oh man, gone are the days where there was a good old finishing sprint.
That's funny.
Yeah,
it does seem like that's the case.
We had some of the good ones in Verbier-Saint-Bernard last weekend. That was brutal. We actually christened the last climb Heartbreak Hill, where dreams go to die. And yeah, still on with first woman Martina Mwenarczyk.
on her way to the last aid station before dropping down into the finish, 3.5 Ks to the finish from that aid station. And so far, almost 4.5 hours elapsed. We got a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back with you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And there we go. We're now dropping down into the finish with Martina. Oh, I mean, we wait from the finish still with Martina Murnacic. When we saw Peter Engdahl navigating those tight switchbacks. What do you think? She looks pretty good going down. I think her ankle is now a thing of the past.
Yeah, you can definitely see she's still like it. I mean, it's very, very faint to see, but she's moving incredibly well. I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. That's for sure.
So, yeah. And again, I wonder. We saw Fabiola Conti go straight through that last aid station. Peter stopping just for refilling the equivalent of a couple of sips of water. Oh, man. And look at her go. She was still running the first part of that climb. That is some serious business. Again, we remind all of you, if you're joining, we're following the Walserwaeg Trail, 43K, 3,200 meters of elevation gain. In the lead from Poland, Martina Murnacic, representing Team HOKA, is right here. And she had made the bold choice of starting the race and therefore finishing the race without poles, where we saw most of the men's field, aside from Peter Engdahl, use poles for such steep climbs and descents. Oh, we're finally going to have a sprint, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's what we like to see. Bring it on, team. Come on, final pass, final pass. Ho, ho. Yeah. Yes.
Come on, come on. Yes.
Well done.
Yes.
Well done. And that is on the back end of a 100 mile. I believe these two gentlemen had the red, although it's red and orange, so it's hard to tell. And there's another runner coming in too, who didn't get a chance to put a dog in the fight for that finishing sprint. Oh yeah, no, I take that back. They were all in the 50K.
Hacer amigos y hemos estado corriendo juntos, pero dando.
So very shortly now, Martina will get to the aid station. Place your bets. Is she gonna go through? Is she gonna stop? Is she gonna take some water? Is she gonna do a cartwheel? So many questions.
I don't know if cartwheel is on the cards here, Martin, but I do think she's going to pass by pretty quickly.
Yeah, you could lose the bet.
An amazing shape at the end of the race, huh? Come on.
A cam runner is going pretty friendly towards the end, but
definitely some good encouragement there.
Mm-hmm. Coming served with a side of French accent. So we have our top 10 finisher across the line in the 50K. And Martina is sitting in 18th position overall at this point. And we'll be seeing her at the aid station in, according to Life Trail, in about 5 minutes. But I got the feeling she's going to get there before that.
I mean, the camera runner is putting in some effort here too.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, there's some hard breathing, some coughing.
Oh, he heard us, so he's putting in a move right now.
Showing that he still got it. So again, Martina Mouinard-Schick was bang on 20 minutes ahead of Juliane Rösler. And now she's dropping down into the aid station. You can hear the cheering. So yeah, she was expected there in now 3 minutes. So she is increasing her pace and no stopping, ladies and gentlemen. She is 3.5 Ks to the finish, and she made a decision to run straight through it. Again, probably a massive disappointment from the volunteers. They're out there and they would love to help these runners, but they are not taking advantage of the aid station. But there's going to be a whole lot of runners coming through, so they have plenty of time to get involved. Oh wow, and we're throwing down on the finish line, making it count.
Bueno, llega ahora un corredor de Noruega, Norway.
Norge på plats med Walserwaeg Trail. Vi ska säga heja Norge med Patrick Stangby. Välkommen, grattis på dig. Tusen tack Patrick. Et en plus, les sentiers de Val d'Hôtel.
Here we go, back with Martina Młynarszyk now.
So that was the gentleman that Petter was speaking to at the very beginning of the race. And,
yeah.
That's why he was speaking Norwegian, I assume, or Swedish. I guess they're similar, so
good,
similar but different.
Same but different. Good call. Good call. We have a quick replay of Martina's race or finish at last year's CCC when she was second to Tony McCann.
Est-ce que t'as déjà fait le sprint aujourd'hui? Je suis déçu très bien, j'ai vise pas le maillot vert. Come on. Is it sick, huh?
All right, team. We're back live once again with this pretty sick aerial shot of the first aid station in the 50K, 9Ks in at the pass. And yeah, just having a bit of a replay. We might have lost sight of Martina Młynarszyk, currently leading the women's race in the 50K. On her way to the finish line, she's probably less than 3Ks away now. And even though in the last 15 minutes, if you weren't with us, she kind of twisted her ankle, it looks like there was no drama, no consequences. She just kept running. And yeah, there you go. There she is. As we have more runners coming towards the finish line here on a split screen. And Martina is in those last switchbacks.
We're getting very used to this trail footage here, Martin. Very
you're gonna
used
know
to
it by heart.
Yeah, as you said, Martin, looks like that ankle injury is a thing of the past as she moves down this trail pretty convincingly. Incredible run here, so similar to Petter, just putting the gas on early and watching the gap grow as the miles tick by.
Hey, come on, go harder, go harder.
What were we saying, Martin? Maybe it's a bit of, you know, obviously fitness from Western States preparation, and then maybe also a little bit of firepower from not really being able to put on a complete show at Western States this year and still having, you know, a lot of fire and energy in the tank to put on a solid race and really put in a big effort here today.
Yeah, and then with that race, you'll be killing many birds with that stone. Getting her automatic entry into next year's OCC, possibly CCC if she asks to be bumped up one distance. As you were saying, like, regain confidence after that DNF at Western States, confirm that the shape is there. So that's yeah, it's an important day, an important result for Martina Młynarszyk to bring home And I'm sure that's going to be a solid confidence boost towards this year's CCC.
Ok, ça marche.
I'm surprised that she's still 3Ks away. It would mean that she has only done 500 meters since the last aid station. It's a bit confusing.
Alma vient dans ce là. Man Martina kommen.
Martin, tell me, what is the transition from professional ballerina to trail runner? What does that look like? How do you do that?
I mean, I'd have to go back multiple lives to remember what being a ballerina felt like. But I don't know. I feel like as much as this is not something we would anticipate, and there's not a whole lot of ex-ballerinas in our sport, like the fact that you have the amount of hours of training per day that is pretty insane. The training regimen that these women go through. I think there's hardly a day off as well. And I don't know, maybe like being inside training all that much and all of a sudden getting the opportunity to be outside in the mountains is a huge motivation factor. And one thing for sure, and it shows in Martina Młynarczyk here perfectly, that's the perfect transition. She's on the road. Like, look at the stride. Like, it's just 4 foot clean. Like, the core is engaged. And I don't know if this is just Martina or if any ballerina is actually running with that kind of grace. But one thing for sure is that in Martina's case, it did translate extremely well, and as she's showing now, she's on her way to the finish line. Probably some. Let me check how far back could she be now. It's probably.
We are at the finish line. Let's welcome
10 minutes away. 10 minutes away from the finish line.
Congratulations, welcome back, welcome home, and the timing of 4 hours 47 minutes.
I think the sport, especially in the women's, that has delivered the highest amount of talents into trail running. Would you know, Maj? Would you have an idea? Take a wild guess. Think about it, but don't say it. Well, we're going to ask this question in the chat. Team, whoever is listening, let us know in the chat what sport you believe has offered trail running the highest amount of talents amongst, let's say, female elite runners.
What do we got going on there, Martin?
Yeah, I think think we haven't been on the chat for a wee while. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, that sprint finish was pretty damn good.
E siamo con Gabriele Gazzetto, categoria 20-34 verso il suo traguardo e l'orologio si ferma dopo 4 ore 49 minuti e 14 secondi. Bravo Gabriele.
And so, yeah, it looks like just a light drizzle on the finish line. A bit different to the finish line yesterday, where we had a bit of sun and a very welcomed shadow offered by the tall trees right next to the finish line. And here, we're trying to get Doggy's attention. Here you go. Here you go. Ooh, you got a treat for me? You got a treat? Ooh, hello, hello.
Man, some of these gifts have been incredible.
Yeah, there's quality, hey?
Wow, I'm super impressed, folks. Thank you on the live chat for throwing that down. That's pretty funny. Loving it. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Best day ever. Monte Rosa, the home of endurance trail running here in the Grassenay Valley. Legends have been coming here for years, dominating these trails. Martina Malencek is now joining those esteemed ranks.
And one more look at her watch to get an understanding of how far she is, or how close she is to that finish line. Couple of Ks at most, and she'll be joining the little village of Gressoney-Saint-Jean. And if things carry on that way, she'll have over 20-minute lead on Julian Rösler from Germany, anticipated to go through the last aid station at the Rifugi Alpenso in 13 minutes. What's exciting is that Marina Cugneto, who's sitting in third, is expected at Rifugi Alpenso in 14 minutes. So Maj, we're gonna get ourselves an exactly a very, very similar scenario that in the men's race, where Peter Engdahl was up in the lead, so is Martina Młynarszyk, but then the fight was on like Donkey Kong for second and third, and that's most likely going to be the same case, because Marina has been closing on Julian for the past 10-15 Ks, and so Marina being Italian, she's gonna get the memo when she's gonna get to Rifugi Alpenso in case Juliana doesn't stop there to stay out of sight. And when they're gonna tell her that she's only a minute back from second place, I have the feeling that's gonna launch the charge for good. And then over the 3.5 Ks remaining to the finish line, I think it's very possible to close that kind of 60-second gap. And hopefully we'll have images of that fierce battle for second.
Yeah, absolutely, Martin. That is going to be super tight. So it's going to be incredible to see how it unfolds, especially with this technical trail that is finishing these races that we've seen so many times before.
Have we transitioned into into a mountain bike? Yeah, I think we have. All of a sudden it looks really steady, which is great news because that means that our cam runner has stopped and gone back. So he's gonna have to wait a while. So he's gonna have the chance to sit down, do a bit of stretching, eat and drink, possibly go back to the Refugee Alpenso and wait for Juliana Rösler and Marina Cugneto and see the big ding dong battle that's gonna go down between them two.
Yes, something that Martina right now does not need to worry about. She's looking smooth. Her ankle looks like it is holding up well. She's just prancing over these final kilometers of the race, getting it done. I would say most likely she's kind of backed off a little bit and seems like she's just kind of like, I don't want to say cruising it in because she's definitely still like got a pace on, but compared to what we've seen her run in this race over the last 4 hours and 55 minutes, she's definitely just a notch off the gas right now and just making sure she's uninjured, safely cruising over these last kilometers and just getting it done and putting it in the bank. Putting it in the bank, Martin.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. Like, she's just pacing herself. Doesn't look like she's throwing herself overboard, but the job is done. Now she just need to make it to the finish line and bring it home, really. And at that point, I really wonder what's going through her mind, whether, you know, this is like, oh, okay, so I have this in the bag, then what's next? And like already thinking ahead. It's like, okay, well, I crossed that box. I have good feeling, and then looking already ahead towards CCC, and therefore, like, that would explain she's letting go of the gas pedal. She knows she's got the win in the bag and doesn't want to dig too deep before so that would allow a quicker recovery. I don't know, it would be interesting to know. But in the meantime, we got a quick break coming up and we will be right back to see the finish of Martina Młynarczyk.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting extremely close to the finish line, and we can see it in Martina Młynarzyk's stride. She's opening up, giving everything she has left to make it to the finish line in time. It could actually be a sub 5 hours. She is that close, 300 meters in 50 seconds. She's looking at her watch. Is she gonna be shooting for that sub 5? 45 seconds. That's gonna be tight. That's gonna be tight, but it doesn't matter whether or not she breaks 5 hours, because she had hell of an effort today and showed that she was a whole world above the rest of the women's field. She's left second place 20 minutes back, and after her DNF at Western States, ladies and gentlemen, Martina Młynarszyk is back in the game, and that is great news for us to follow her on the 2025 CCC at the end of August this year. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 winner of the Walserwaeg Trail, Martina Młynarszyk.
Aquí tenemos a la corredora polaca ganadora del media maratón.
And it did take a while for her to finally break into a smile. She stayed focused all the way. But that is it. Just in the same fashion as Petter Engdahl, she just went all out all the way through until crossing the line. And now she can break into a smile. And I am really eager to hear her finish line interview and hopefully get the chance to hear what the rest of oh yeah, she is still limping after that ankle twist, so it might have caused a bit more damage than we thought. Now she's crossed the line and stopped the effort, just like Maj was telling us. And right here, as you can see, there is a mandatory equipment check. We didn't have it on the images, but it did happen with the top men as well. Oh, yeah, no, this is no bueno. She is limping. And we got more runners in the 50K on their way to the finish line. And I hope eventually we're gonna get back onto our second and third women in the 50K, Juliane Rösler and Marina Cugnetto.
Linea del traguardo, mesdames et messieurs, on va applaudir à l'arrivée. S'il va bien jouer le jeu, Walserwaeg Trail, l'arrivée de monsieur Martin Rousset. Quelques secondi all'arrivée, l'intervista con Technicality, togliamo la musica live, la vincitrice della Walserwaeg.
And here, French runner coming across the line. Martin Rousset.
I mean, I'm trying, you know, it's a difficult name. It's a lot of consonants put together. But today, you know, we've seen Fabiola Conti, she smashed the course. You also smashed the course. It's 5 hours that you finished the race. I don't know if you know already the time. So it's Women's Day today, we can say. You've done a blistering performance. So just tell us a few words. How was your journey today?
Yeah, it was great, actually. I felt pretty good from the beginning, and you know, it's steep and difficult course, and it's quite of sky running or something. This is my first long run in steep mountains, but yeah, it was amazing today.
So about having these steep mountains and the course that have chosen, you have to talk to the race director, you know that?
Yeah.
to Franco Collet, you have to talk to him about that.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So was a long day, well, not really long because it's just 5 hours. When you realize you have it, so when you realize you're gonna win this race?
I think after first downhill, on the first downhill I don't feel good, really good actually, but on the second uphills I felt this day.
So you just keep your peace all the time, and you manage to bring it home on the first position.
Yeah, I try to be consistency today, and yeah, I think it's okay.
So I think your consistency paid a lot, because you are the winner of Walserwaeg Monte Rosa by UTMB. Congratulations, Martina Mlynarczyk from Polska.
E dunque Martina ci dice che è stato un po' difficile all'inizio, ma poi dopo la prima salita ha capito che può spingere, ha aumentato un po' il ritmo e è molto contenta, non ha mai fatto una gara.
And that image is giving us a bit of an indication about the weather conditions on the finish line, and it is now a bit more than a light drizzle. It is now raining a fair bit. And again, it shows that the race organizers had made the right call to do that little course change, just to make sure that everybody was going to be safe, because the biggest amount of runners, a lot of the field are still between the 15 and 24 kilometer mark. And so, as you can see, the clouds up high are pretty dense, and so that was the right call to make to keep everybody safe.
Intanto è passata anche la seconda donna ad Alpensù con Juliana Roselei, seconda piazza per lei. La teniamo Alpensù anche Marina Cugnetto. Juliana Roselei, Germania.
All right, team, yes, we have the young ones who have come and shake out the finish line, and oldest champion. They're probably young runners, pretty stoked to be on the live. It looks like there's a big screen here broadcasting the images. And we do have a quick break coming up, and on those images, we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, team. We are with Julian from Germany, who, as we were discussing off air with Maj, has put on a bit of a surge, because Live Trail anticipated a 1 minute gap between Julian and Marina, but it looks like there's about a 3 minutes gap between them both. So Juliana has definitely gone pedal to the metal, and she's looking pretty good in that descent. So the hopes of seeing a sprint finish are kind of vanishing at this point. But kudos to Julian Rösler for reacting to Marina Cugnetto closing on her.
And with less than 3Ks to go, Marina is gonna have to close over a minute per K, which is a bit of a tough one. Yeah, Julianne is now full sent on that road section. She does not want a sprint finish. And that is a smart move as well. She's still hydrating. I think it was Coke in that soft flask. So that's going to be like putting ether in the engine. Massive surge before the blowout, but the blowout is going to take place after the line, no doubt about it. She's focused. She looks like she's working hard, but she doesn't look like she's done.
Yeah, it's a great effort here, Martin. Hey, she's definitely working and finishing off strong. Like running with a purpose, absolutely. And a smile. That's good to see.
Yeah, she's taking advantage of those cheers.
J'arrive bientôt à la benne.
Yeah. As much as we're hoping for one, I think the sprint finish is not gonna happen.
That's big fish.
Bummer.
Oh yeah, such a brutal climb. Short, but a bit of a sting.
After that is very cool.
Oh yeah, that is such a brutal one. There, right there, Martin. Very brutal.
Ouais. C'est beau ça. Tu as 20 minutes. Allez, courage. Allez, c'est super. Allez. Soon the end. Go. Come on, Juliana.
So we do have another cam runner who most likely will be waiting for Marina Cugneto.
Si jamais Team 5, je peux finir avec elle, hein, jusqu'à la ligne d'arrivée. Allez, Juliana.
Still moving super strong here, man. I feel like.
Yeah, and the fact that she was mindful enough to stay on top of her nutrition and hydration, taking a big sip of what looked like Coke as she was on the road section. Like she's doing it right. She's doing what she needs to do to avoid bonking, finish strong. She knows she had a bit of heat from Marina Cugneto, and so she responded and reopened a gap that was from 1 minute to 3 minutes, and there again, not wasting any second. So yeah, solid work. And it's also probably going to help these runners that now they're on the valley floor and there's a bit of rain coming down. That's going to cool them down and allow them to finish strong as well. Because before it started raining, like remember we were seeing Peter Engdahl and even Martina Młynaczyk stopping at one aid station and pouring water over themselves. So earlier the temperatures were definitely hot enough for the runners to need cooling down, and now with that rain and cloud cover, it's probably ideal conditions to wrap up this 50K. 1,500 meters to go.
Go. Robin, come on.
Man, really getting into it here. I'm impressed with this finish here. Julian Rossler is taking over the men here as well, just like making sure that she just puts it all out there.
1.5k.
This is a strong finish. You know, Martin, this is probably why she put in a gap on the woman in third place from that last aid station. Seems like maybe received a second wind or something like that. It is absolutely on for her. Julianne Rossler booking a ticket into the UTMB World Series final of OCC 2026. Hasn't wanted to put away those poles. It's just running with them in hand. Like, oh, and now we have third female on the screen.
Marina
on
Cugneto.
The left-hand side. Yeah, that's a sizable gap there, Martin. It's going to be very, very difficult for that to be closed. And the tempo is so different as well. I feel like if you compare them, just the tempo of their running is so different at the moment.
Yeah.
That's not to say they're not both putting in a solid effort, but it's just there's a sense of urgency with Julianne Rossler in second place. There's just this sense of urgency with her, I feel like. And Marina on the left-hand side, third female, just maybe running it in at a little less tempo. The cameramen today have been unreal in their support and encouragement.
Yeah, I mean, he's borderline pacing her.
deuxième, elle appuie de plus en plus là. Elle appuie de plus en plus là. Elle fait la finish de fou. Come on, free place. Super nice.
There you go, team. Your second and third woman here on a split screen. They were 3 minutes apart at the last aid station. And while we're not going to see a pass, because now Juliane Rössler is now, what, 700 meters away from the finish. So she can hear the line by now. This is the last descent. Couple of turns, and then she will be home.
Come on, you can. Come on, Nico.
Really pushing her to the finish here.
On your right.
There we go. She has got a view of the finish
Come on.
right now.
This is sprint. Hey. You can do it.
And she is just gassing it.
La deuxième arrive.
Nice work there. Juliane Rössler coming in hot, second place female of the 50k here.
Yeah.
Looking like 22 minutes behind first place at the moment, but not letting that slow her down as she like storms her way here to the finish. I bet she'll have probably one of the biggest smiles of the day. Martin, I reckon.
Yeah, well, she would certainly have worked for it, and as much as we saw her like sprint out this whole last section, being cheered on by a cam runner, she still lost time on Martina Młynarczyk. It shows you how fast Martina was. So there you go.
Wow.
Coming into second place in the 50k here, Juliane Rössler.
Second place goes to Germany. In the Walserwaeg Trail, Monte Rosa by UTMB. Congratulations to Juliane Rössler. 5 hours, 22 minutes and 1 second.
Yay. Nice, that is relief. That is a whole lot of relief right there, hey?
Yeah. And yeah, it was interesting because we were talking about like attitude and pushing the pace, and then yeah, we saw like Martina. We had the feeling she was like, you know, looking after herself, definitely not pushing the pace in that last section. While we had the feeling that Juliana was going all out, and yet Juliana lost 2 minutes on that section to Martina Młynarczyk.
From the last aid station to the finish, you mean, Martin? In that final?
Yeah.
Wow.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Juliane Rössler.
There we go. We're going to have a bit of an interview here online. Second place finisher.
Herzlich
in the Monte
willkommen.
Rosa
Sehr gut
50K.
gemacht heute.
Dankeschön.
We're going to switch the language, is easier for everybody. So congratulations, welcome to the finish line. Second place for you. Did you expect this result?
I really hope for podium, but I know that the other women are really strong and that this short distance is not my main distance, so I'm really, really happy.
So you had 2 climbs. The first one, as Franco Collet was saying, a very technical one. And then you have the second one. How was your climbs today?
My first one was very good. But after that, the first downhill really shredded my legs because I had some injuries some weeks ago and I couldn't really train downhill. So after this downhill, I was really tired and I had to recover. And this recovery took me the second uphill. But after that one, I really felt a lot of energy again, and I ate a lot, I drank a lot, and then everything was fine again, and I could really enjoy the last 15 or 20 kilometers of the race. So I was really happy because I was really, really slow and down in the middle and recovered so well. That's great.
You knew that you were second.
Sorry?
You knew that you were second during the whole time.
Yeah, I saw that from the very beginning, that the first woman is in front of me and that nobody else is in between, because in the uphill you really can look wide up and see who is in front of you.
You know that this race, giving you the second place, gives you the direct qualify to Chamonix. So I guess we're going to see you in Chamonix.
Definitely, but I'll try to register for the CCC because I really like the 100 races more. And yeah, the Cut 100 in 3 weeks, I'll try to register there.
So congratulations once again and good luck for the rest of the season. Thank you. Thank you. Juliane Rosler.
So she'll be running the Cat 100.
That is in Austria, isn't it, Martin?
Yep. In the Kitzbühel Alps. Kitzbühel, very famous downhill skiing slope. So I guess we can expect very steep up and down. And there we go. That was a bit more than the 3 minutes gap that we had at the last aid station between second and third. But here on your screen, Marina Cugneto is minutes away from finishing her 50K, and she'll take the third spot on the podium in just under 5.5 minutes for 43 Ks and 3,200 meters of elevation gain.
Ladies and gentlemen, we arrive at on third place.
Let's go, Marina.
Walserwaeg Trail, Monte Rosa UTMB.
First Italian female on the podium here for the 50K. Again, big sign of relief. Must have been a very tough course out there, despite what our winners make it look like.
And there we go, finally breaking into a smile as she enters the last meters of the finishing chute, hands up in the air to celebrate her third place here at the Walserwaeg Trail. Marina Cugneto.
So third place, ladies and gentlemen, for Italy with Marina Cugneto.
La medaglia al collo per questa ragazza di Oceania al traguardo.
Here, the little droplets on the mic of our camera.
Cugneto live al traguardo. Allora Marina, un'immensa gioia vederti qui sul podio nella tua valle. Prima sentivo che dicevi che avevi Bonnetti. Non è stata facile, ma alla fine c'è un bellissimo podio per te.
Sono contenta, non pensavo sinceramente, sono partita veramente male. Però poi è iniziata la discesa mi veniva bene, insomma, ho recuperato un po'.
Non solo quella, direi, vedendo il risultato, andava bene poi ovunque, o quasi.
Sì, in salita ero un po' piantata, penso di aver di nuovo perso abbastanza dalla seconda, però vabbè, ragazzi, sono contenta.
Che viaggio è stato? Qui con noi c'è Giuditta Torini, voi siete la Valle d'Aosta nel mondo del telehandling. Penso anche per te, nella tua valle, tanto tifo, tantissima gente e percorsi montagne che conosci bene, ma sono bellissime comunque anche sotto la pioggia.
Ma ti dirò, la pioggia ha aiutato perché faceva veramente caldo stamattina, era un po' umido. E Giudy è stata la mente malata che mi ha convinto ad iscrivermi.
La mente malata la chiamiamo qui, la blocchiamo in intervista.
puoi dirle quello che vuoi, ecco.
Dopo.
Ecco. Invece Giuditta, di tu quello che vuoi a questa fantastica atleta che suonare come te.
Beh, è stata sicuramente grandiosa anche oggi. Io so che arriva da un periodo, cioè da un ritiro un po' sofferto alla LUT, quindi ho cercato di convincerla a venire sui sentieri di casa, che sicuramente avrebbe portato a casa una piccola rivincita, e sono sicura che così è stato.
Aspettiamo lei il prossimo anno.
O qualcuno.
Bella?
Bella, vabbè, no, perché deve essere forza bella.
Una segretaria.
Ok, per lui mettiamo una segretaria bella e fai anche te.
Una badante per voi.
Smettila.
No, grazie a voi, vi chiedo un grande applauso. Le donne di Chersonei con Marina Cugnetto, brillantissima attrezza, con Giuditta Torini. Interviste live.
And that was it for the interview of our third place finisher in the women's race in the 50K, Marina Cugnetto. Apologize, our Italian is still a bit rusty and they were not using the hands, so we couldn't quite read everything they were talking about. But all I could pick up was there was a big battle on the home trail, and she did fight quite a bit to try and get the second place, but didn't manage it, and yet still satisfied with it. We have a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
E poi per la terza piazza Emilie Boudan, la Svizzera, quarto posto Van Blanchard, quinto posto per Giulia Zanavello, Giulia passaggio a Chapeau-du-Calais 13:27.
Season filled with intense competition and personal achievements, the journey continues for our extraordinary humans on the UTMB World Series.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
To just show them what is possible.
Oh my God, I can do it. It hurts. It's really hard. You have to be really determined.
I don't think that performance would have happened without her.
And right now I'm gonna try the trail races.
Season 2 begins in Radda in Chianti, Italy. The Tuscan Hills welcome over 4,500 runners from 81 nationalities on the Chianti Ultra Trail by UTMB.
As long as you keep running, anything can happen.
Yeah, the goal is to try to get the ticket.
Because of the 2 tickets, it's going to be really competitive.
The motivation is just to find a competitive race.
Today we're going to discover this beautiful region.
I entered this race partly because it have a really strong female field.
Tenemos la oportunidad de conseguir 2 golden tickets.
In the chat. So we get a 45-minute documentary, and then we'll be back for the finish of the second in the third place. But you can go to bed, and I'll hold the fort. There's no need for you to wait 45 minutes and come back just for those 2. So I've talked with Coralie and Antoine.
Last moment decision more than 1 week ago. Emily, my wife, and I became parents for the 3rd time.
Are you on air right now?
I haven't been training at all, but it's been good because that's a good tapering. Family was good, and I decided to come here.
Hi, I'm Vincent Bouillard from Annecy, France. I'm about to run the 120K of Chianti by UTMB. I now have a hybrid contract with part-time in footwear innovation engineering. And I also have a professional athlete contract with HOKA. I've never been to Tuscany. That's the main reason. I was really excited to come to a race that early in the calendar to hopefully face a very competitive field.
Hi, I'm Jim Walmsley. I'm a runner for HOKA from the US in Flagstaff, and I'm the reigning Western States champion. Last year I didn't get a race in before Western States, so I think that race really beat me up.
The goal is to try to get the Western States golden ticket, to try to go there. If I do that, I will be super, super happy.
I had heard that there were 2 tickets on this race, and so I thought, well, because of the 2 tickets, it's going to be really competitive. And that's what motivated me to come at first, and then, yeah, I'm coming to try and get my tickets. If I get it, I will prepare for Western States, but my major focus is really to compete and do my best, and we'll see what happens.
I didn't get a golden ticket. I have the M1 bib for this year. The motivation is just to find a competitive race, which this is going to be.
Guys like Jim, Vincent, he's very strong, he's been preparing well. That will make the race very challenging.
Alongside a strong elite field, nearly 600 runners are at the start of the 100-mile race in Radda in Chianti at 4 a.m.
A lot of really strong runners on the start line. Jim is a great friend. He's one of my closest friends, so it's very special for sure to line up with him. And Kilian is a legend and icon of this sport and way beyond in sports in general. So yeah, it's definitely very special and reinforce the excitement to be here.
Ciao, I'm Matteo, the race director of Chianti UTMB by UTMB. I'm even the inventor of this race. From the beginning, my idea was to show my territory to the world. It's a journey in the history, in the nature, in the tradition of this place. In fact, Chianti was born as a military place, so we have a lot of castles of the Middle Age. We organize the race connecting all this kind of castle. In fact, we would like to tell the history of Chianti. At the same time, the runner will meet the actual place, the farmhouse, the vineyard, like gardens. So it's a place very amazing. But even the track aren't not easy. A lot of people can think about Chianti or Tuscany, about the sweet hills, cypress, sweet roads. So in fact, Chianti is not that. And here we have a very mix of different foods, different flora, different nature. So it's a very lot of scenery during the race, and I think it's even a big feature of this kind of race.
The course covers 120 kilometers with 5,200 meters of elevation gain through picturesque hills and vineyards.
Okay. Hello, my name is Fiona Pascal. I'm an ultra runner for Salomon UK. I'm 35 years old and I have been ultra running for 3 years now.
Hola, soy Azara García Los Salmones, corredora profesional del equipo HOKA Team. He sido 2 veces campeona del mundo, una campeona de Europa y vengo desde Cantabria a correr en Chianti el ultra de 120 kilómetros.
I entered this race partly because it's a golden ticket race, but that was more because I wanted it to be very competitive. I want to enter races that scare me and that have a really strong female field, and this is definitely going to be the case tomorrow.
Hi, my name is Abby Hall and I'm a professional trail runner for Adidas Terex. I am 34 years old and I'm from Flagstaff, Arizona in the United States. It's really special for me to be back here. I spent a lot of time in this area when I was younger and will go to all corners of the earth to pursue a golden ticket, which is what brought me here to Chianti.
Pues el año pasado quedé enamorada de esta carrera. Es un tipo de carrera que a mi perfil de corredora se adapta muy bien. Me gusta mucho que se pueda correr, zonas de pisteo, que no sea muy técnica la carrera y luego que es una maravilla correr en la zona de la Toscana.
I think this course has a lot. It ranges from fast dirt road to like muddy and technical single track and everything in between.
Y este año volvimos. También es verdad que además el añadido de que este año aquí tenemos la oportunidad de conseguir 2 Golden Tickets para la West Este y eso también, bueno, pues creo que atrae todavía más.
My name is Luke. I'm from the United Kingdom, and I guess my best 2 trail results, I won UTMB Major Val d'Aran 100k last year, and I came 8th at UTMB CCC. It might be hard to believe, but 6.5 years ago, I was lying in a hospital bed. I'd just been told I had stage 4 cancer. It was incredibly rare, and the doctor said it was incurable, and I thought I was going to be dead in a few months. And so it's just incredible to be alive today, and exercise and running has been such a huge part of that journey, and I really think it's been one of the most important things that has sort of kept my mind strong and my body strong ever since that point. And it kind of led me on this completely different journey. I cycled on a tandem bike from the UK to China with other people who had cancer, and I think that gave me just this huge diesel engine that allowed me to run these long distances, and you know, I just love being able to run trail races now. It's amazing. Thanks for your support. Yes. I think it's a real privilege to be in a race where there is some very established names, and I want to see what I can do, and you know, I want to go and try and make my mark. Anything can happen to anyone, so I think that's one of the exciting things, that you just have to be in the race, and as long as you keep running, you know, anything can happen. My objective coming to this race is to see if I can get a golden ticket and, you know, see if I can cause a bit of an upset, so we'll see if I can do that.
The lead group are staying neck and neck at the start, with the top 3 men reaching the first aid station together.
I thought there would be a bigger group a little longer in the race, but it felt fine. Like, I felt really good this first part.
I think I was within 2 or 3 minutes of the lead pack, so it was all very tight at that point. And I was just thinking, I know what I can do over this kind of terrain and this kind of vertical in terms of minute per kilometer, in terms of pace. And I was looking at my watch and I was thinking, if they can do better than what I'm doing now, then they'd beat me. So I was just running at my pace.
Much of the beginning of the race was staying warm enough and just managing, not making any mistakes. And then we get to the first crew checkpoint, about 37K, I think. So that's kind of the opportunity to reset and just make sure everything is good. And mentally, I was looking at maybe where the race begins.
You know, the top 3 had taken it out pretty hard, and so I was like, you know, in a really good position to either, you know, push on, or if something happens to one of them, you know, I'm right there for, like, hopefully a podium finish. So I was, you know, I was happy with how I took that out.
Je m'appelle Lambert Santelli, j'ai 37 ans. Je viens d'un petit village en Corse qui s'appelle Lavatoge. Les résultats desquels je suis assez fier quand même, c'est... J'ai fait une belle course à Madère, c'était en 2023. J'avais gagné le Mute. Le Restonica Trail que j'ai gagné à plusieurs reprises. C'est quand même ma course de cœur parce que voilà, c'est à la maison, c'est une course quand même emblématique pour nous en Corse. Et bien sûr le record du GR20, c'était pas une course, mais il y a toute une histoire derrière tout ça et plusieurs années de préparation. Donc c'est vrai que le record du GR, c'est la chose à laquelle je suis le plus fier. Je suis là avec ma femme et mes 2 enfants. C'est vrai que nous, j'ai un restaurant, je suis saisonnier, on est ouvert pendant 6 mois et après, en pleine saison, si je bouge, c'est toujours très rapide. Quand je pars faire une course, ça dure 2 jours, jamais plus. Et ma femme et mes enfants ne peuvent pas m'accompagner. Donc là, le fait que le restaurant soit encore fermé, on peut partir en famille. Donc c'est sympa et voilà, c'est sûr que le fait qu'ils soient là, ça porte. Chianti, c'est un parcours très roulant, donc ça va être très rapide. C'est vrai que je suis plus typé sur des parcours de montagne où il y a des gros dénivelés, enfin, c'est plus ce qui me plaît. Mais voilà, moi j'aime bien sortir de ma zone de confort et faire un peu autre chose. Et voilà, après j'espère tirer mon épingle du jeu, on va dire, peut-être en gérant, en étant prudent. Et puis après, c'est vrai qu'au bout de tant d'heures, de 7, 8, 9 heures d'effort, je pense que tout le monde va être un peu fatigué à relancer tout le temps. Mais je pense qu'en restant sage, il y a peut-être moyen sur la seconde partie de ramasser un peu des morts. On verra.
At around the 40-kilometer mark, it got technical. There was a technical climb, quite a big climb as well. And I wasn't forcing it, I wasn't pushing, I was just keeping my pace, running where I could. And I think I overtook Abby at that point.
The weather was on my side because in Finland we have this kind of weather as well. A lot of rain and cold and windy. So I felt myself very comfortable with that weather.
Soon after we actually started hitting our first big climb, I was planning on just sticking with Vincent and Kilian at that point, but I was able to just have a gap created, and I think ideally it's too early to run by myself, but I think I was finding a really good rhythm, so I went with it a bit.
I ended up sharing a lot of the race with Kilian, and we were passing each other back and forth, and we talked and said like, hey, it's good that we help each other in that way, because Jim was very far ahead already at the end of the first marathon, I guess.
Vincent Bouillard and Kilian Jornet arrived together at the Cantalice aid station, while Jim Walmsley holds an 8-minute lead as he pulls ahead in the Monte Rosa climb.
Rather quickly, actually, I started to have stomach problems. Then I just had to take that into consideration, and that definitely, well, yes, it slowed me down, but it's part of the race. And I guess the most scary part was that it was affecting my fueling and my capacity to eat.
The next aid station I came in with Azara. We were right next to each other. We ran together for quite a long time. And I was kind of very aware that she was right there. So yeah, I was pushing a little bit there.
Back in Rada and Chianti, runners of the 20K are enjoying the last rest day before the race starts.
Hello, I'm Natalia Mastrota. I'm a runner from Italy. I'm part of the team Dacia, and today we're going to discover this beautiful region. Here is very traditional, the Buttery of Maremma, which is more south, and where we are there's a Palio di Siena, so there's a big gastronomical culture and also breeding culture because we have a lot of meat. Chianina is very famous. Buonissimo. I'm here in Radda to run the 20K of the UTMB circuit. I'm very excited. It's going to be a really fast race. So today we do a small warm-up. And this is a typical warm-up for Tuscany, so we're going horse riding. This will be my horse?
Yes, this will be your horse. His name is Glauco.
Okay.
Born and raised in Tuscany.
Born and raised in Tuscany, so
yeah.
Let's get him ready. Usually we do horse riding maybe after to relax, and today we're going before. Hopefully the horses will be very nice with us and we're gonna have fun. So Sunday race, it will be very fast for me. I'm not really fast runner because I like to run 100K, but it's good. I mean, it's good for the start of the season because then I have a really long season. So to start 20K, I think it's enough, and it will permit me to still discover some of this land.
Midway through the 100-mile course, the race is taking an exciting turn.
Jim, all right, so they were eight minutes behind at the last aid station. Okay, do you want salt? What can I get you?
Yeah, I should take some salt.
Okay, 1 or 2?
2.
Okay.
From aid station to aid station, each time I heard a split, it was always bigger. How long to the next one?
Okay.
This is 6.
Got it. This is 6, 7. I'll see you at Abola, so in 2 hours and 20 minutes. Okay, keep in. Yeah, just love you too. Hi, Jim!
And I thought I was running comfortable and pretty conservative, so this was really positive, and yeah, so the shape and the legs were really good.
Suffering from TFL syndrome, Kylian Jornet keeps pushing and pursues his goal. Vincent Bouillard is less than a minute behind him.
Allez. Hi, how are you?
Managing something.
Okay. This is caffeinated.
Okay.
Non-caff. Do you need anything else, my love?
No, I think.
You're doing great. Killian just left maybe 15 seconds ago. Jim's about 20 minutes up. You got it.
Moi, j'ai opté pour la stratégie de rester un petit peu plus prudent, rester un peu en retrait. Et je pense que j'ai bien fait parce que ceux qui sont allés devant avec eux, ils ont explosé. J'ai vu quand j'ai rattrapé Andreas, j'ai rattrapé un Britannique qui était parti devant. Je pense qu'ils se sont un peu brûlés parce que voilà, c'est un autre niveau et on peut pas lutter. Donc voilà, moi j'ai gardé une stratégie un peu plus prudente. Je suis resté un peu derrière et puis j'en ai ramassé jusqu'à revenir juste derrière, jusqu'à revenir 4e.
And for the first 50-60K, I was more or less in the mix and in a position, hopefully, to go on and deliver a really good second half. But obviously that didn't happen. But I left that 60K aid station and started running down quite a steep descent, and like every step was a sort of shooting pain. The muscles in my legs had just, they'd given up. Like I hadn't prepared them well enough. So at that point it was like, yeah, my race to be competitive was over. This is a great day out. Don't eat a fly because then your eyes swell up. My goal isn't just to simply finish. I'm trying to excel. It is a luxury to be able to say, well, I'm not going to finish this race, but I am going to focus on the next race, and so I'm going to DNF.
Between the 52-kilometre aid station and the 70-ish kilometre station, She was with me the whole time. I could see her all the time. So that was quite stressful. There was no space for relaxation at any point. I had to keep my foot down.
Reaching Gaiole in Chianti in third, Azara Garcia is only 3 minutes behind the leading women's duo.
Buongiorno, sono Elena, mi occupo dei ristori dal 2018 della Chianti UTMB Trail. Da 2 anni ormai siamo entrati anche nel circuito UTMB. Sono stata coinvolta da mio figlio Matteo, che ha inventato questa gara a Radda in Chianti. Anche lui, con l'aiuto di un amico, ha inventato questa gara e quindi io l'ho aiutato, perché tutte le mamme aiutano i figli e quindi non potevo dirgli di no. E da lì abbiamo iniziato a ricercare un po' i prodotti nostri, tipici della nostra zona, in particolar modo di Radda, e lì si va sull'olio e sul vino, che sono effettivamente di produzione addirittura proprio della nostra famiglia. L'olio di nostra produzione proprio della nostra famiglia. Mio fratello produce questo olio ormai da tantissimi anni. Abbiamo i nostri cantuccini toscani con le mandorle, questi saranno utilizzati per il ristoro finale. Prosciutto e salame, che sono prodotti tipici della nostra zona. Posso far vedere? Questo. Punti di ristoro li facciamo come se noi li facessimo a casa nostra.
We started on Saturday at 4 o'clock. I tried to eat as I eat normally, but in the evening a bit less than normally, because I wanted to feel my body more light.
Really, the night before, you should be almost like emptying your system more than anything and try and be lean, and because you're going to eat a lot and ingest a lot of nutrition during your race.
Whether I had a pancake at 2 a.m. or I didn't have a pancake at 2 a.m., like, that wasn't going to be the thing that made my race a success or not.
For nutrition, in days ahead of the race, I tend to try and keep things as normal as possible, because I found that the more you try and change and adapt, the more you're likely to do mistakes and maybe make your body upset about certain things.
My nutrition plan during the race is very difficult. Sometimes it works, sometimes not.
Increasing his advantage, Jim Walmsley runs through the Villa Vistereni aid station nearly 30 minutes ahead of his competitors. Fiona Pascal maintains her lead, but she's closely followed by Johanna Antila, just 4 minutes behind. Azara Garcia holds to her third position.
The fuck are you? All right, team. We had a bit of a break. Ate a little bit. We're still eating. But we are back live with our second place woman in the 100-mile distance, Lisa Borsani. She's been second almost since the early hours of last night. Started in Aosta at 7 p.m. and ran through the night and through a big part of the day. And she will soon be done with that relentless course once again. 122 kilometers, 8,400 meters of elevation gain. And there she is. So close to that finish line. She's passed the last aid station and about halfway down the descent. And then it'll be a quick road section followed by a steep, punchy climb, but very short. And then a traverse. And then into the finish line. So, estimated in just over 20 minutes at the finish line. Lisa Borsani, representing trailered for you, the Bergamo Star Atletica. And she's been racing mainly in Italy, but managed to take 6th place at the Tenerife Blue Trail earlier this year. She raced quite a lot. This year she's done the Anderson Marathon Trail, the La Sportiva Trail del Macesto, Tenerife Blue Trail, Ultac 250K, and that was in May, followed by a 30K a couple of weeks later, Dolomiti Extreme 100K 6th of June, 21st of June, did a 70K and 5,000 meters of climbing. Needless to say, Lisa Borsani is spending a lot of time racing. It is crazy. Longer distance, 356 kilometer in a race. Her best UTMB score was 722, and she's finished 161 races. That is crazy. Her oldest result, at least that I have access to, is back to 2011. So let's see what you get in the chat, team. Yeah, Maj was fading, commentating through the night, so we gave him a pass so he could get some sleep time, and I'll be with you to follow Lisa Borsani as well as originally it was Marta Vigano, but it did look like there's been a bit of a change, and it is now our Swiss runner Émilie Vaudon, who's now in third place and estimated at the Rifugi Alpenso in 33 minutes, and then from there she will have probably another half hour to the finish line. So we'll have about an hour away, let's say, for Émilie Vaudon, but she's finishing strong from Switzerland, so it's very probable that she might even break the 1 hour mark, which would put her at 21 hours in 10 minutes to cover this 122k and 8,400 meters of climb of Les Sentiers des Valdotins race, the 100-mile distance here at the Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. And I don't know if you were with us, but we had seen Jules-Henri Gabiou as withdrawn from the race, but I am delighted to see that they ended up finishing together, and they were 10th overall with his brother Candide, and 9th in the men's category, because they were behind Fabiola Conti. Fabiola Conti, again, she was 4th overall.
Je passe le relais après la bite, je crois. Ouais, c'est ça, c'est comme ça que j'en ai prévu.
Oh, Lisa Borzani is not confident. She's looking back, wondering who is passing her at this point. And there's a woman coming in, but that woman is actually in the 50K. So Lisa Borzani, yeah, she is running scared. She's not confident. And I think that gave her a little bit of a boost, at least for a second. And I think that we saw on the screen was actually oh no, it is not. I was gonna say something wrong. All right, Tanner is cheering on for Paul. I don't know which race Paul is in. So here you see it is a shared last part of the course. So we get a lot of runners merging into the same trail. A lot of the runners are finishing the 50K. And Lisa Borzani is wrapping up the 100 miles. So she's putting the poles away. I don't know if she knows, because she's not putting them in the quiver, she's just holding on to them. I don't know if she knows that there's still a tiny bit of a climb, a steep section, that she would have probably good use of the poles. I think any runner who literally hasn't checked out the back end of the course, the last 2 kilometers, they will be quite surprised, because this is not a climb you can actually spot on the course profile. There you go. A bit of footage a bit of cheering from someone on the side of the trail as the rain is still falling down lightly on the valley of Gressoney-Saint-Jean. And another runner in the 50K making his way to the finish line. Lisa Borsani is running on the road, which is not the safest move, to be honest. But hey, yeah, especially on the bridge, but she survived almost 122 kilometers and 8,400 meters of elevation gain, so she is clearly not afraid of cars. It's good to see people at the bus stop cheering on the competitors going through.
Ouais, 1510 km/h.
That it is two different worlds between first place in a women's race, Fabiola Conti, who was absolutely flying through that section, and now second place, Lisa Borsani, who looks like she's been working quite hard through that course. And we actually have a quick break coming up, but we'll be back shortly with you to see the finish of Lisa Borsani.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette entrée.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Ouais, je crois que j'ai trompé. Bon, on va dire. Les dossards sont orange sur 50K et rouge sur le 100 max.
Ouais, c'est bien ce que je me disais, vu le rythme aussi.
Ouais, elle a un bandeau.
one.
Here we go. I think we're looking for the second woman. Yeah, Lisa Borsani will be getting up that climb shortly. Looks like it's a bit of a grind for all these runners. I'm assuming they're all in the 50K at this point. And again, this aerial shot of the surrounding mountains right on the course. If up until now you weren't certain that this race was an absolute beauty, that is going to make a point. Here we go, 20 hours, 21 minutes elapsed, and we are with the second place in the 100-mile category, les Sentiers des Val d'Autun. Lisa Borzani. 1.7 Ks from the finish. And she is safe as much as she was getting passed earlier by a lot of people. These people are running the 50K. And Lisa is wrapping up the 122 kilometers with 8,400 meters of elevation gain. Hell of a journey that soon will be coming to an end in a glorious way. Taking second place here, punching her ticket to next year's UTMB. And interestingly enough, as much as she's done a ridiculous amount of races, I don't think she's ever participated in UTMB. She's raced in France a little bit, and she did the maxi race with several podiums. Ah, there we go. She's done TDS in 2014. Wow. 2014, she was second at TDS. She was third at TDS in 2013. And I keep scrolling back. The amount of races she has done is unreal. So she has been at the UTMB World Series final, but participated twice in the TDS. Respectively, third in 2013 and second in 2014. But she stopped after that. So by finishing second there, she will punch her automatic entry into next year's UTMB in Chamonix at the end of August. So I'm pretty sure she'll be super stoked to take on that race.
Sorry.
There we go. As I was telling you, more runners are coming by Lisa Borzani because most of them are in the 50K while Lisa is wrapping up her 100 miles. She's a bit like the Duracell bunny. It's not super fast, but she's steady and still moving and still holding the pace. She's a tough one, and she's way ahead of third place, because Émilie Vaudin from Switzerland is still 16 minutes away from the Rifugi Alpenzu, which is the last aid station, 3.5 kilometers away from the finish. So it will, like, let's look at Fabiola Conti. For the last section, it took her just under 30 minutes to go from Rifugi Alpenzu to the finish in Gressoney-Saint-Jean. So basically, for third place female, Émilie Vaudin, I doubt she's going to be faster than Fabiola. So that's going to be another 35 minutes, and she's 15 minutes away. So if I do the math right, it's another 50 minutes until we see Émilie Vaudin across the line in Gressoney-Saint-Jean, while we're expecting Lisa Borzani at the finish line in about 5 to 10 minutes. Let's see if we still have... Gilda is cheering on. Vamos, G. Queda poco.
Ouais, je repasse de derrière.
And here we go. Looks like she's getting closer and closer. And M, our faithful mystery spectator in the chat, while the studio are having a good old yarn with our cam runner, and the cam runner say, yeah, I mean, we can have a chat, but just be mindful that we hear you on the live. Good banter.
Ah, je me suis pris une bonne châtaigne.
And our camera runner just shared that he got zapped by the electric fence as the hazards of the job. And there we go, we can hear the finish line. It is happening, ladies and gentlemen. Our second female in the 100-mile category race, les Sentiers des Val d'Autun.
Bravo.
122 Ks, 8,400 meters of elevation gain, and less than a kilometer away, just that little downhill and then flat across the fields. Lisa Borzani is on her way to take second place here at the Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. She started last night at 7 p.m. in Aosta and has run through the night and through a big part of the day. They started under beautiful sun. They saw the sunset as well as the sunrise this morning, and it was still in the sun. It was still like a blue sky situation, and then eventually the clouds built up and the rain has been falling down now for about 3 or 4 hours, depending on where the runners were on the course. So she would have experienced all types of weather in a day. As we have more finishers in the 50K, blazing past Lisa Borzani. There she is on the flat, another left-hand turn, and she will be making her way to the finish line as she can see.
Ah bah pour moi ça va.
And it even seems like Riccardo Borzani is on the finish line, so that might be, I don't know, husband, son, friend. And there she is, ladies and gentlemen, finally coming to an end, and she breaks into a smile. She is now done with this 100-mile distance, 122 kilometers, 8,000 meters of elevation gain, 20 hours, 33 minutes elapsed, and finally, Lisa Borzani making it to the line with a smile on her face to take the second place here and punching her automatic entry into next year's UTMB Mont-Blanc that she never got the chance to participate to. So that will be a massive deal for her. Ladies and gentlemen, there she comes. Only a few meters left until she would be relieved from that mission that she's accomplished. There she is.
Chiude qui la sua avventura. Nicolò Savio, Sandro Gallo, Markus Schwarz. Herzlich willkommen, Markus. Also das ist alles für heute. Sehr gut gemacht. Markus Schwarz. 6 Stunden 35 Minuten vor Markus Schwarz.
I hope we're going to have a bit of an interview with Lisa Borzani on the finish line. She's having a chat with Franco Core. And by the look on her face, I think Franco has told her Fabiola's time, and she was like, whew, it's impressive. Yeah, I think that's the conversation that's going on.
Siamo in zona tra Guaido con Lisa Bolzani, la Valdo sarà d'adozione che chiude con una brillantissima seconda posizione. Ti chiedo Lisa, vediamo qui verso le
There we go, we're gonna have a bit of an interview.
Lisa Bolzani, linea del tra Guaido. Allora Lisa, benvenuta, ben ritrovata. Il tuo racconto
Silvano is gonna carry on.
Da Aosta che sono Lisa Bolzani, live.
Allora, la gara, il percorso è bellissimo perché parte da Aosta, poi era un po'
The course of this race is absolutely beautiful, right from Aosta.
veramente bello. E poi niente, è una cavalcata alla Dret, ho imparato i termini valdostani, e molto molto bella. Il finale è da suicidio perché non finisce più, però diciamo che no, tutto il resto è super bellissimo, organizzato benissimo, quindi chapeau agli organizzatori, ma si sapeva perché era rodata questa organizzazione anche negli anni scorsi.
Hats off to the organization for like pulling off this course.
A chi ha messo in piedi tutta questa cosa qua.
Allora Lisa, per te una seconda piazza che ti dà accesso 2026 alle gare UTMB, prossimi obiettivi per te di stagione? Eh sì, ti tocca l'anno prossimo, 2026.
Interesting, she didn't even know she would be able to qualify straight to UTMB next year.
2026. Questo è
Silvano just explained that to her.
Live, mamma mia. Speriamo che cada
And yeah, the answer is mamma mia. She was like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to have time to recover.
Farò l'UTMB, anche perché una volta in vita, dico sempre, bisogna ben
And
farlo.
so she said, yes, of course, I will do UTMB.
Lo conosco, è una bella cosa questa, una bella notizia.
It's a great thing. That's awesome. She's only finding out.
Va bene.
Va bene, va
Grazie,
bene.
Lisa Bolzani.
Oh,
Lisa che
fantastic.
è seconda
That
piazza per
is good to
l'italiana.
watch. Runners like having such a good news.
E nel mentre al traguardo abbiamo visto Federico e Enrico Albanese, Andrea Brandolini. Slim Aya from Turkey at the finish line. Congratulations, Slim. 80 countries representing here this weekend for Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. Al traguardo Nicola Ricci.
And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the finish line in Gressone Saint-Jean with two women who have made it across the line of Les Sentiers Valdotin. We have a quick commercial break after, and we will be waiting for our third woman.
So hot, I can't come down.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Senza donne il passaggio anche sulle 15-26, quasi a place pour le succès Émilie Baudin, Émilie va Oceania.
Bénévole, on n'a rien vu. Hein.
And there we go, team. We are with our third place woman currently in the 100 miles, and she's been doing an absolute beauty of a finish. Look at her go down, ladies and gentlemen, from Switzerland. Émilie Baudin is absolutely crushing that last descent.
Bah, du coup, vérifier la quadrilla en bas, hein, mais moi c'est la 3. Hein.
And she's just been creeping up on the entire field the whole way. Like, she started and got to Col Cornet. She was 141st overall, and then dropped down 115, 95th, 80th, 64th, 50th, 40th, 45th, 38th, 30th, 20th overall in Sitten. She's 21st now in Tesh, so she's lost one spot. I'm talking overall classification. Yeah, she's done incredibly well. And by the way, like, looking at the way she's running right now, like, she still had plenty left in the tank. That's going to be a very solid finish. And, you know, I was anticipating her to be much further away from the finish line than she currently is. She has cranked up a gear. She can probably, even from a distance, smell the barn, as we say, because she is on a mission. And I guess, yeah, mentally, that's a huge boost when you know you're doing well and, and you're picking people up. Look at that. That is the 20th runner right in front of her, and she is creeping up on him. We're losing images here. Bit of a slow-mo on Fabiola Conti, the winner of the 100 mile, who finished a while ago.
Essaye de checker les femmes avant que j'arrive.
So I'm being told that it is Evan Blanchard from France who is currently on the screen, and therefore Émilie Baudin would be either ahead or would have been passed.
Ouais, moi non plus, j'étais avec les bénévoles, on n'a rien vu. Pour ça me paraît chelou.
Team! This is where the confusion is coming from, and this is why she's running like an absolute demon. Evan Blanchard from France has regained the third place. She was running in third for a while, and then Émilie Baudin passed her to be in third. Last time we saw was that refugee Alpensu. Oh, that seems weird though, because there was still 6 minutes between Émilie Baudin in third and Evan Blanchard in fourth at the aid station. Anybody in the chat who could recognize the silhouette of that woman running down, please let us know. Live.utmb.world. Come give us your feedback. and I'm gonna try and be sure about that. We're all checking in with one another, but it looks like our co-commentator, yep, the one and only Margot Lemap, together with Alexis Rosset on the French channel, did like, yep, we could recognize her. And therefore, they had the information. So, ladies and gentlemen, Evan Blanchard, was on screen, but it still doesn't mean that she was in third. She might be chasing extremely hard because she would have been told about the gap that was between her and Émilie Vaudon, and she is possibly wanting to regain that third spot and automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final next year, into the UTMB Mont-Blanc. So we might have a bit of a fight at this point. So Evan Blanchard here on your screen. And so it's very probable that then our cam runner have missed Émilie Vaudon, perhaps?
Ouais, lui, je l'ai vu. Ouais, j'hésite. C'est un peu bizarre, non?
Well, either way, whether she's running in fourth and chasing a third place, or whether she's already passed Émilie Vaudon from Switzerland and is now on her way to the finish trying to secure that third place, there's one thing that we can all agree on, is that Evan Blanchard is motoring less than 3K to the finish.
Non, c'était Aurélien Collet. C'était Aurélien Collet. Non, il est au pied de la descente. C'est lui qui nous récupère. Du coup, il faut juste qu'Adrien soit prêt.
Yeah, you can see someone is from Annecy when they're able to run downhill that smooth. She would have gone up and down the Verrier quite a few times, I believe, seeing that those trails are rather similar with this steep descent and rocky trails in the forest. All right. I mean, I was going to say, show us the French flags in the chat, but since there is a French channel with Alexis and Margot, I doubt we have many Frenchies here on the English channel. So it seems to be a confirmation that Evan Blanchard is running in fourth place. So she is therefore chasing hard to close that 4-minute gap. No, 6-minute gap. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to close, to be honest. But still, you never know. You never know. Nothing is done until it's done. And the way she's running right now is a whole lot faster than Lisa Borzani, who was up until now, who finished in second place. And so when we saw her go through that section, she was much, much slower. So we're running blind, but we do have other cam runners in that section, so perhaps they can let us know and pick up Émilie Vaudon in case she would be somewhere. And this might be her right there. Yes. All right, here we go. Team Switzerland. Let's hear it in the chat. We have our third place woman, and she's just gone up that very little sting of a climb at the very end of the race, and that the fact that she's gone up that was the last challenge. Now she's gonna be going across that balcon that we now all know so well. And as much as Evan Blanchard is moving at a fast pace, perhaps faster pace, this may not be enough to close and come and steal third place from Émilie Vaudon. Émilie Vaudon right here. See, picking up the pace on the flat. Émilie Vaudon, who will most likely be coming back to UTMB because she's done that race in 2021 where she DNF'd. 2022 she was 12th. 2023 she was 13th, and then last year dropped again, DNF. So I think by taking third place, she will punch her automatic entry into next year's UTMB, and she'll be able to have another crack at it. So we got a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back to follow Émilie Vaudon for the finish.
I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And here we go, team. Émilie Vaudon from Switzerland. She's under a bit of a tree cover, but it is still pouring down in the Gressonnet-Saint-Jean Valley. She's getting close to the finish line, and we're currently just under 21 hours elapsed for the 122-kilometer course with 8,400 meters of elevation gain. They started last night in Aosta at 7 p.m. and we're offered beautiful weather conditions. The sunset was absolutely stunning. And then they went through the night. The few interviews we had on the finish line of the top runners already, they were saying that the night was actually quite warm. and pleasant. And this morning, again at sunrise, it was blue skies, and then eventually the weather started to come in, and runners started to experience colder temperature, fog, and for the past 4 hours or so, it's been raining. So again, you can see that all of these runners have all the mandatory equipment with them. So it looks like Émilie Vaudin had been putting on the jacket for a while, and then she took it off as she got to the bottom of the valley. And now she is making her way to the finish line. We're probably talking like 3 or 4 minutes at this point. Let's see what the predicted time is across the line. 4 minutes. This is it, team. 4 minutes for Swiss runner Émilie Vaudin, representing Verbier and Val-de-Bagne. And that would have been an extremely well-managed race, creeping up from way back and making her way into that women podium, and therefore punching her automatic entry into next year's UTMB Mont-Blanc. And that is actually a rather similar scenario that that unfolded in the men's. Because the Slovenian runner Ivan Raštović also started extremely conservatively, and he was way back, and eventually just made his way up. And that was actually super cool, because during the interview on the finish line, he said that up until like a couple of Ks from the finish, he knew he was moving up the field, but he had absolutely no clue he was running in second place, which is pretty cool, because it shows that, you know, he was bringing his best possible effort and not focusing on what was going on around him, and that was enough for second place. So big move and big smiles across the line for Ivan Raštović, the Slovenian runner. And there you go. There's this long traverse. It's going to be a bit more than 4 minutes, because right now Émilie Vaudin is expected to cross the line in 2 minutes. It will most likely be more 5 minutes or so, because there's this long traverse, then a bit of a fourth section, then the downhill, and then a few turns down on the flat. But she's still moving well, and she should indeed, because we have seen a French runner, Yvan Blanchard, who was running down the hill like a demon. So she was still 6 minutes back, so closing such a big gap would be tough. And I guess only a massive total blowout from Émilie Vaudin would have allowed the French runner Yvan Blanchard to come back. But the way Émilie is running right now, there will be no coming back. And she will be able to bring home the third place of the podium, and therefore that precious automatic entry into UTMB Mont-Blanc 2026. And yeah, we're we're saying this in the chat. The mandatory equipment is super heavy to carry. That is true. That is true, and that is why, if you're planning on doing a long race like this, you should train with the pack on and look months ahead of your race to look at what the mandatory equipment will be. So then you can put it in your pack, and for all your long runs, run with that pack filled, so you actually get used to carrying that kind of weight. Because like none of the items that are part of the mandatory equipment are unnecessary. Basically, the organizers, and again in that case is absolutely true. Like Franco Corre, extremely experienced runner, elite athlete himself. They know the challenge it is to carry stuff around, so they will keep it to the bare minimum. But whatever it will be needed to keep the runners safe, and so you just have to play the game because, yeah, if you're running and if you're feeling good, then most of your mandatory equipment will not be used. But it's more that when things go wrong, and we've seen Martina Mwernicek twist an ankle, she managed to keep running. But if something goes wrong and you're out in the mountains, like long waterproof trousers, waterproof jacket, long sleeve, and then long tights, it's not too much, because as much as like the rescue team and can bring you to safety rather quick, you never know. And if there's thunderstorms or stuff like that, and helicopters cannot come and pick you up. So yeah, all that equipment is definitely needed. Oh wow, here Keskesvert is suffering a little bit. But there she is. She's never been that close. Probably another couple minutes for Émilie Vaudin to make it to the finish line and finally claim her third place, secure that ticket to UTMB. Lisa Borzani finished about half an hour ago. Yeah, there's going to be about 30 minutes between second and third, while there was 2.5 hours between Fabiola Conti, winner of the Sentier des Vals d'Autun, and fourth place overall in a time of 18 hours, 2 minutes and 1 second. Lisa Borzani ran 20 hours, 34:26. And here we are, 21:02:49 laps, and Émilie Vaudin is now 300 meters away from the finish line. She can see it, she can hear it, she can almost taste it, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening under your eyes, and we are ecstatic at the idea of seeing that first lady come across the line and wrapping up her journey of Les Sentiers des Vals d'Autun, 122 kilometers, 8,400 meters of elevation gain from Aosta to Gressone-Saint-Jean. There she is, fist up in the air. The satisfaction is now finally visible on her face. She knows she's got it, handing over the high fives to the crowds coming to celebrate that beautiful third place. Only a few meters, don't miss that last turn. There she is. Once again, bib number 10 coming from Switzerland, representing Verbier Val de Bagne. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Émilie Vaudin.
Enjoy your journey. Bring the smile, bring the joy. From Switzerland, Émilie Vaudin.
Alors, si c'est ce qui apprend les podiums, on va l'applaudir.
The stoke here, the tears on the sideline.
Émilie Vaudin.
Beautiful.
Ah, il y a des gens qui ont les larmes dans les yeux.
Yeah, and Silvano spotted it too. The tears are coming down. Probably Emily's dad.
On va prendre aussi Émilie Vaudin. On est avec la 6S. Alors, Émilie, on va.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a bit of a finish line interview.
Pour terminer ce long voyage. Ah.
Il y a les regards émus. Hein. Alors, Émilie, on revient par ici nous dire pour les interviews. Donc, tu viens vers moi, s'il te plaît, Émilie, pour être ici avec nous. J'ai demandé à la caméra, on se tourne sur ce côté-là, comme ça, tous les deux. Alors, ce qu'on a depuis longtemps, ski alpe, pas défaut que course, toujours avec un sourire, toujours podium.
So, Émilie Vaudin has been in the ski mountaineering circuit for a while, so Silvano knows her well.
La course avec des crampes pendant les 25 premiers kills. Donc,
oh wow, so she says she had cramps for the first 25 Ks. And so she was thinking about dropping out.
Et puis après ça m'a donné le tour et puis bah J'ai un ravitailleur parfait, j'ai les parents qui sont là, donc c'est
So,
génial.
and she's like saying, well, and then I had to keep going. I had the perfect crew. My
Il y a la
folks were
Suisse, la
there.
Suisse qui est juste derrière, mais on pouvait pas aller en Suisse. Direction le Val d'Or, direction Gressonnet pour la direction du podium.
Exact. Et j'ai quand même pris le temps de faire une photo du Cervin de l'autre côté, parce que j'ai moins l'habitude de le voir.
And when she was in Cervinia, she stopped to take a picture of the Matterhorn because she says usually I see it from the Swiss side, so I wanted a photo of it from the Italian side.
Main event is parfait. On vous laisse ainsi avec le sur de Émilie Baudin, troisième
And
sur
then
les
she says
120
Val d'Aosta
Émilie
is
Baudin, Suisse.
perfect.
On laisse le micro à notre ami Départ qui va accueillir jusqu'à 17h tous les athlètes che va in Italia per una pausa. Ci vediamo noi con le premiazioni qui nella provincia del Lago Come alle 17, quindi break musicale, poi Départ pega niente anzi.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, your women's podium in the Sentier des Val d'Autun 100-mile category, 122 Ks, 8,400 meters of gain. Fabiola Conti absolutely crushed it at 18 hours 2:01. Lisa Borzani was 2 hours 32 back, and then Émilie Vaudin was another half hour back from Lisa Borzani. Italy, and Switzerland for this women's podium of the 100-mile. And in the men, it was a perfectly executed race for Simone Corsini. Started conservatively in third place, did his thing, and then eventually took the win and never looked back. Ivan Rastovic from Slovenia managed to come back, and then Daniele Calandri was third. Arnaud Lejeune from France managed to sneak up in the top 5, and Andrea Visioni rounds up the top 5. And let's look at a bit of a recap of the 50K start that started this morning, 9 a.m. And very quickly, we had Petter Engdahl from Team Adidas Terex, who took the lead and was never to be seen again. And in the women's race, it was the exact same scenario with Martina Młynarczyk from Poland, Polska Gurum, as they say, took an aggressive start as well and was also never to be challenged by the rest of the women's field. And here we see a second place finisher who was also in second place across the line, Damiano Lenzi. And here Martina Młynarczyk going over this first pass at 9Ks into the race. And you can see that the weather was already starting to come in. And here we had, at the time, in third place, and there she is, Juliana Rösler, and followed by Marina Cunetto, and respectively second and third, and they kept it that way. In the meantime, as you can see, Petter Engdahl pulled off an outstanding performance and kept pulling away from the rest of the field, and so did Martina Młynarczyk. And then there was a bit of a battle. You see them here, you did see them on the screen. Damiano Lenzi was together with William Boffelli quite a lot in the later stage of the race. Both gentlemen were chasing each other while Petter Engdahl was in the lead and took it out in just under 4 hours, which is quite a crazy time for this 43K and 3,200 meters of elevation gain. He pushed all the way to the finish and has confirmed his form. We'll be expecting to see him at OCC at the end of August. And look at these two gentlemen finishing together, Damiano Lenzi and William Boffelli. There we go, rounding up the podium of these 50K. In the meantime, there we go, we come back with Martina Młynarczyk. I don't know if we're gonna see it, but she did sprain her ankle as she was in the last 15 kilometers of the race. But that didn't stop her from, you can see it, breaking into a smile as she was coming to claim the big W here at this Walserwaeg trail at the Monte Rosa Walserwaeg by UTMB. Some 20 minutes ahead of her competition in the name of Julian Rösler from Germany, who had a pretty solid finish and yet was still 2 minutes back from Martina Murnacic on that last section. And then eventually representing Team Scarpa, Martina Cugneto was rounding up the top three. There we go, crossing the line, all smiles. And as you can see, the weather conditions did deteriorate quite a bit. And now we have a bit of a recap of the 100-mile race for the other spots on the podium, because Fabiola Conti had been finishing quite a while ago. But here on your screen, Lisa Borzani taking second place in the Sentier des Valdôtains, the 100-mile category. And it was pretty cool to see that by taking the second place, she got her automatic entry into next year's UTMB, which we all know, but she didn't. So when Silvano told her that across the finish line, she was like, oh, this is great, and I will gladly take it. And then rounding up the podium, coming from Switzerland with a very smart race and a strong finish, Émilie Vaudon, going straight to her dad, and tears were running down the cheeks of many people down that finishing line. These are the emotions we love to see on the finish line of the UTMB World Series races. This live broadcast is coming to an end after this top five in the women's: Martina Murnacic, Juliana Rösler, Martina Cugneto, Laura Barale, and Jana Visanovic. Rounding up the top five in the women's, all within 41 minutes and 47 seconds. And in the men's, obviously, Petter Engdahl taking the win here ahead of still some solid competition. We'll see it coming up very soon, but Damiano Lenzi was in second place. William Buffelli in third, but I think these two gentlemen has to be finishing on together, ex aequo in second place. I don't know if that ranking is ever gonna show, or there's a boycott on the men's race. There we go. So yeah, technically Damiano Lenzi crossed the line ahead of William Buffelli, but they waited. They asked to be second together, and then Andrzej Breda finished in fourth, and another Polska groom, Marcin Rezotko, is in fifth place, 23 minutes and 35 seconds back from the best time here, just under 4 hours. Imagine that for 43K and 3,200 meters of elevation gain and loss, because that was a loop, this Walserwaeg trail. And on these images, stunning images of the top ridges and summits of the Aosta Valley, and then a pretty cool slow-mo of Simone Corsini in the 100-mile. We're going to part ways on this. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for being with us this entire time. It's been a pleasure to sharing that time with you. Appreciate all your comments, all your feedback, sharing all the data that we not necessarily have. And I guess the next big rendezvous is going to be at the end of August for the 2025 edition of the UTMB World Series final in Chamonix. Peace.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.